Welcome to NTD News Today. Here are today's top stories. Investigators are combing the Arizona desert looking for clues in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, where the investigation stands right now. The House passes the Save America Act. What the bill aims to do is to secure election integrity as it moves now to the Senate. Coal is back in the focus as President Trump signs an order directing the military to buy coal-fired power. And the EPA weighs a major rollback of greenhouse gas regulations. A Ukrainian skeleton racer barred from competing in the Olympics. He refused to remove a helmet honoring athletes killed in the war. An IOC spokesperson explains the decision.
This is NTD News Today, live from our global headquarters in New York City.
Today's Thursday, February 12th. I'm Stephanie Cox. The search for Nancy Guthrie, mother of NBC anchor Savannah Guthrie, is now in its 12th day. Investigators are combing the Arizona desert near Guthrie's home, looking for clues. The New York Post yesterday posting a video and photos of FBI personnel taking possession of a glove they found discarded on a roadside. It's not clear whether the glove matched the pair worn by the person who showed up in a video from Guthrie's doorbell camera released by the FBI. Authorities yesterday releasing a man taken in for questioning with no major breaks in the investigation. The Pima County Sheriff's Office saying several hundred detectives and agents are now part of the investigation. NTD's Arlene Richards has more.
Please give us some space.
The Pima County Sheriff's Office said again on Wednesday that it is not scheduling any press briefings or interviews unless a significant development occurs. It's the third time in a week that this office has declined to talk to the media. And it follows what could be considered some major developments, including a delivery driver detained and questioned for several hours, an investigative search of a resident's home in Rio Rico, and the release of images and video footage of a potential suspect. Though no suspect has been publicly identified, FBI Director Kash Patel told Fox News the Bureau is making progress.
I will say we have made substantial progress in these last 36, 48 hours thanks to the technical capabilities of the FBI and our partnerships. And I do believe we are looking at people who, as we say, are persons of interest.
The FBI said in a statement Wednesday that numerous agents were searching Tucson's Catalina foothills. In a social media post Wednesday afternoon, the Bureau said they were conducting an extensive search along multiple roadways and that it's related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. They're continuing to offer a $50,000 reward for information leading to the recovery of Nancy Guthrie. Carlos Palazuelos, a delivery driver, was detained for questioning during a traffic stop yesterday. He told Fox News on Tuesday that he had nothing to do with the case.
Until right now, all I know is that they show my in-law a picture of somebody wearing a mask or something, and they supposedly look like my eyes.
He told other news outlets he was held for questioning for 8 hours while his home and vehicle were searched before he was released. Investigators have not commented on his account nor confirmed his identity. The sheriff's office confirmed that an adult male was detained as part of a follow-up to a lead and was released. Nancy Guthrie, 84, is the mother of Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie and her 2 siblings. Their mother has been missing since February 1st. The family have said in social media posts that they believe she is still alive. Arlene Richards, NTD News.
And TMZ received another note relating to the Nancy Guthrie case. TMZ host Harvey Levin says the note's sender claims to know who Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper is and is demanding 1 Bitcoin in exchange for that information. Levin told CNN yesterday the note ends with the words, "Time is more than relevant." He said he sent the note to the FBI and the Sheriff's Department and has not heard back. And a big night on Capitol Hill as the House passes the much-discussed Save America Act. Republicans say the legislation will help secure American elections. Democrats say it will make voting more difficult. Here's that story.
A contentious voting bill is moving through Congress, setting up a partisan fight in the Senate over what voters will need to prove before casting their ballots.
The bill is passed without objection.
The House on Wednesday narrowly approving the Save America Act.
This is a very important night on the House floor. House Republicans tonight stood with the overwhelming majority of Americans who demand secure elections.
The Republican-led legislation would require a documented proof of U.S. citizenship in order to register to vote in federal elections. It would also require voters to furnish photo ID before voting, even when casting mail-in ballots. The vote coming down to the wire, with House members voting 218 to 213 in favor. A single Democrat, Henry Cuellar of Texas, voting with Republicans. Congressman Chip Roy of Texas, the bill's primary sponsor, stressing election integrity has broad support among the population.
It's polling at 80, 85, 90% across the country. It's because it's common sense. The American people want a sovereign nation. They understand that voter ID is common sense to vote. They want only American citizens to vote in American elections, and this legislation does that.
But the SAVE Act has been a point of contention in Congress for some time. In April last year, the Senate refused to take up a version of the same bill. Earlier this week, the House Rules Committee advancing the legislation in its current form, softening the rules on photo ID requirements and including an exception for uniformed service members. The committee's ranking Democrat, Jim McGovern of Massachusetts, arguing before the vote that it's already illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. McGovern frames the bill as a form of voter suppression. He says Republicans' claims of widespread voter fraud don't add up.
Every time these claims are investigated, they disappear like a mirage. So this entire bill is fundamentally predicated on a lie.
The Trump administration, meanwhile, has thrown its weight behind the bill. The White House posting on X, the American elections should be decided by American citizens only. The bill now heads to the Senate, where it's expected to face strong opposition from Democrats.
Coal is back in the spotlight. President Trump has signed an executive order directing the military to purchase electricity generated from coal-fired power plants. NTD's Daniel Monahan has more on the move and major developments at the Environmental Protection Agency.
President Trump discussing the order at the Champion of Coal event.
We're going to be buying a lot of coal through the military now, and it's going to be less expensive and actually much more effective than what we have been using for many, many years.
War Secretary Pete Hegseth and Energy Secretary Chris Wright are instructed to approve long-term power purchase agreements for defense facilities and other sites deemed mission critical. The White House says coal-fired electricity is being prioritized to enhance grid reliability, prevent blackouts, strengthen on-site fuel security, and support defense and intelligence operations. Officials also raised concerns about the consistency of solar and wind power during extreme weather events and potential risks to national defense. Trump pointed to coal's performance during periods of high demand.
When large parts of our country were hit with winter storms, it was coal that kept the power on, and it was coal that never was bothered by cold weather, warm weather. It's never bothered by anything, just keeps on chugging, right?
The president criticized prior administrations for focusing on wind and other energy sources while minimizing the coal industry.
Biden and the radical left wanted to abolish coal. They did everything they could, everything possible. But on day one of this administration, I ended the war on coal. We terminated the Green New Scam, and we withdrew from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord.
Trump says his administration has lifted regulations and supported coal miners, adding that dozens of coal plants were saved under revised policies. He also ordered the Energy Department to fund operations with $175 million in upgrades in Kentucky, North Carolina, Ohio, Virginia, and West Virginia. One coal miner took the stage to thank Trump for his efforts.
The common sense policies to keep coal plants running implemented by this administration mean that my husband and I can keep working, stay where we are, and continue raising our son in our community that we call home.
Blackford thanked Trump for keeping utility prices affordable, the lights on, and their jobs alive.
We are real people under these hard hats. On behalf of America's coal miners, thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing the value of coal and the value of the people who power this industry every day.
The president was also presented with a trophy from coal miners.
The trophy says the undisputed champion of beautiful clean coal. Thank you, sir.
Meanwhile, Trump today will move to overturn the Environmental Protection Agency's endangerment finding. That's the legal basis for many federal greenhouse gas regulations, first established during the Obama administration. The finding determined that emissions from fossil fuels could be regulated under the Clean Air Act. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin is calling the move the biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history. Daniel Monahan, NTD News.
Thank you, Daniel. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel has joined President Trump's Board of Peace. The announcement coming yesterday during Netanyahu's visit to Washington. The United Nations Security Council authorized Trump's Board of Peace last year after a fragile ceasefire began in Gaza. Under Trump's Gaza plan, the board was meant to supervise Gaza's temporary governance. Trump later said the board, with him as chair, would be expanded to tackle global conflicts. The board will hold its first meeting next week in Washington to discuss Gaza's reconstruction. Netanyahu yesterday met with Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. NTD's Washington correspondent Mario Otsu has the details.
President Trump says that nothing definitive was reached during his meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, other than insisting that negotiations with Iran continue. He says that he has a preference for a deal being reached, but if not, he reminds Iran of Operation Midnight Hammer. That's the U.S.'s strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities last summer. He also says that the meeting with Netanyahu was, quote, very good, and touts the relationship between the U.S. and Israel. This is coming after U.S.-Iran negotiations in Oman just last week. President Trump told Axios he's thinking of sending a second aircraft carrier to the Middle East in case negotiations with Iran fail. Here's President Trump when asked if a deal with Iran would stick.
They wouldn't talk to anybody else, but they're talking to me. But, it's a good question. A lot of people say no. And I would say that I'd rather make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. No nuclear weapons, no missiles, no this, no that.
The Trump-Netanyahu meeting comes as demonstrators in Tehran celebrate the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution. That's the 1979 uprising that ousted the pro-Western Shah, installing a theocratic dictatorship enforcing Sharia law. Demonstrators chant "Death to Israel" as the senior official in Iran's ruling system calls for national unity.
We are not seeking nuclear weapons. It's a tall wall of distrust that America and Europe have built with their words that stops the talks from leading to results. Our Iran will not bow to their excessive demands. It will not back off in the face of injustice and aggression.
That's as Iran doubles down on plans to continue its uranium enrichment program, with Iran's foreign minister saying he will not negotiate Iran's missile capabilities. Meanwhile, President Trump is celebrating his administration's economic wins at an event touting coal as America's most affordable energy source.
Because of tariffs, you saw that it was just announced our trade deficit has gone down. The other thing is breaking 7,000 on the S&P, and very importantly, 50,000 yesterday. 50,000 we broke on the Dow.
He's also celebrating the newly released January jobs report as, quote, far greater than expected. The report showing that the unemployment rate fell to 4.3% and the economy added 130,000 jobs. It also shows more people are entering the labor force now than at any time since 2001. The White House is highlighting the reversal from the jobs report exactly 1 year ago, demonstrating that the economy President Trump inherited was losing private sector jobs while adding government jobs, and now
there were more than 170,000 private sector jobs, and there was about a 40,000 decrease in government jobs. This administration came into office. We are reprivatizing the economy.
So it's really a remarkable, strong number. And to put it in perspective, to get that much job creation while, that basically the labor force is declining some because people are leaving the country and being deported is a really remarkable thing.
Reporting from Washington, D.C., Mario Otsu, NTD News.
Thank you, Mari. And a Ukrainian athlete barred from competing in the Olympics today. The skeleton racer refused a last-minute plea from the International Olympic Committee. Vladislav Hereskiev was told not to wear a helmet that honors more than 20 athletes and coaches killed in the war with Russia.
We dearly wanted him to compete. It would have sent a powerful message, would send a very powerful message. We were happy to provide him with a number of occasions to express his grief. Athletes themselves have asked for a safe space to compete, and this is what we have done. It's not about his message. It's absolutely not about the message that he wanted to give. It's simply the place. We wanted him before and after to express himself, but for that 1 minute of competition, we asked him not to make this expression.
The decision came roughly 45 minutes before the start of the competition. The ruling ended a 3-day saga. Hraskovic knew he was risking being pulled from the games by wearing the helmet. The IOC says the headgear breaks rules against making statements on the field of play. It's not the first time the IOC has sanctioned an athlete for a political message. The most famous case was at the 1968 Summer Olympics in Mexico City. A pair of sprinters raised black-gloved fists during the 20-meter medal ceremony to protest racism in the United States. That led to their expulsion from the Games. And House Majority Whip Tom Emmer and several Minnesota officials, including State Attorney General Keith Ellison, are testifying on ICE operations in Minnesota. Now, let's tune in.
620 in the Minnesota State Patrol. Does that sound about right? So we're talking about around 1,700 for some of the largest areas as well as the State Patrol. What was the total number of federal agents deployed at the height of the surge?
Well, there were the ones that they started with, and then 3,000 more after that. And my numbers suggest to me, so there's somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 are the best estimates. We don't have an exact precise number. My numbers are that's about 8 to 10% of all ICE agents in America.
I have to say that when we were talking today about the different rules and the different ways in which they can organize between the federal and the state, but when I learned about just the sheer number and the contrast to the proportion on the ground, that was really shocking to me, because I don't think I fully understood that coming from New Jersey. So, Attorney General, I just kind of wanted to ask you, how did it feel on the ground when you have that much presence at the federal level of these officers beyond what you were saying, 2 to 3 times the total number of state and local officers?
It felt like our state was targeted, blanketed with paramilitaries everywhere who were approaching citizens, non-citizens, whoever. It felt like we were being occupied by the federal government. And I started returning, Senator, to reading about how the Boston Massacre, how did those Bostonians feel when a faraway government in England had imperial troops marching all over their city, harassing and abusing the citizenry? That's kind of how I felt.
I heard that word a lot, used by others in Minnesota in the press, of just feeling occupied, just feeling like you don't have the ability to be able to control your own state and have this imposed upon you. So I just really wanted to hit that home because, again, we're having a lot of talks about what level of cooperation and whatnot, but I think this committee needs to look at just the sheer volume, the sheer number of federal agents and what kind of signal that sends to Minnesota and to those on the ground. And look,
Senator Kim, can I make one quick point?
Yes, of course.
Forgive me, my apologies. So the thing is, it has been said there have been surges in other states and we haven't had these kind of problems. The reason why is it's never been on this scale. We just simply haven't seen this level of scale in other cities. This is the single largest deployment of ICE, of immigration agents in the history of our country. So I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, absolutely. It's important to be able to hear. And sure, we heard the news from Holman saying that they're announcing the end of the surge. And this comes on the heels just a couple days ago of Trump saying he's not backing down. So, we're, I think, seeing the importance of oversight, of accountability, and the voice of the American people, and especially the people of Minnesota, who, as far as I can tell, seem like they have disapproved of ICE and seems like they're saying ICE has gone too far. And that's not just falling on partisan lines. Is it, Attorney General? Seems like it's across the board.
There's a well-known conservative podcaster. His name is Michael Broadcorp. He's written, this guy's a conservative. He's nobody's liberal, right? He's a conservative. It is a broad-based objection that Minnesotans are making. Now, not everyone, of course, but whether from the left to the center to the right, people are very disturbed by the engagement that they've been receiving from ICE officials and Border Patrol agents.
So despite the fact that the surge looks like it's ending and going back down, I think we can all say that damage has been done. There is also no admission of wrongdoing or wrongdoing of tactics by this administration, and it bodes questions about what comes next, not just from Minnesota, but where else are these agents going to go next? I think also part of this gets to what does it take to heal? What is it going to take to help the people of Minnesota heal? And Attorney General, you talked about just the lack of an independent investigation here. Is that something that would be important for the people of Minnesota to know that there is a true independent investigation that involves state and local participation?
Yes, Senator. I know that there's a diversity of views on this esteemed committee, but I would hope that all would agree that we need transparency in terms of the activities of ICE, transparency in terms of the conditions of detention facilities, access to those facilities, a full, fair, and joint investigation into the deaths of Good and Preddy, and into the masking. Nobody in this committee has police officers who run around wearing masks. I'm certain that Senator Rand Paul, Kentucky police officers and state troopers don't wear masks. We cannot impose on people what we would not accept for ourselves and then call ourselves fair. And finally, I want to just encourage Senator Lankford to continue his work on comprehensive immigration reform.
Mr. Schnell, I wanted to turn to you because some of what Holman said, and I know you didn't have privy to see his what he said today announced, but he said that part of the reason why they're able to end the surge is now that there's a willingness on state and local to be able to cooperate. But what your testimony said today sounded like you were already willing to cooperate, but that also that they weren't reaching out, that they weren't providing the efforts to be able to share their targets and whatnot. Can you go into that a little bit more?
Senator, I think, I think if there is a positive of Mr. Holman being dispatched to Minnesota, has been at least efforts to have discussions with local officials, efforts to try and gain a level of discipline among the agents that were dispatched to the state. Those things have been, I think, very, very positive. And yet, I think we still see, some lack of cooperation. I've had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Holman and have positive conversations. And yet, I think some of the struggles have been information sharing is an ongoing issue. We have provided information to them around the people in our custody who are non-citizens and who do not have detainers yet. And there's about 100 of them. And so we want to make sure that there is full accountability. And so, we're pleased.
And also stopping some of the misinformation that was put out there as
100%.
Well. Yeah. With that, I'll yield back.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ellison, let me start with you. You're the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. Do I have that correct? That's a yes?
Sir, you're aware of my job. You know the answer to that.
You're not going to answer my questions? Are we going to start this way? Are you the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota, yes or no?
You know the answer.
Mr. Ellison, you're in my courtroom now. You're under oath. So I suggest that you answer my questions. You the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the state of Minnesota, yes or no? Let's try another question. Are you familiar with the $9 billion in historic fraud out of your state, including the $250 million in the Feeding Our Future program alone? You familiar with that? Don't turn to the pages in your book to get your potted answers. Are you familiar with it? Yes or no?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
Very familiar, aren't you? Because the people who ran the Feeding Our Futures program came to you in your official office in the state capitol December 11th, 2021, and asked for your help in getting investigators off their backs. They complained to you for upwards of an hour about state investigators going after them, and they begged you to help them, and you agreed to it, amazingly. And we know you did.
That's not
because
true.
It's all caught on tape.
Yeah,
Every single sentence is caught on tape. Here's what you said. Let's take a look.
Obviously, you didn't listen
said,
to the
it's not a
tape.
question. You said to them, send me the names of all these folks who are investigating them. You said to them, send me their names. And I'll take that list and I'll call the person over at Education who is investigating them and say, what's going on? Why am I getting these complaints? Then he went on to say, I already have my team working on this. What day should we get together to discuss it again? You made pledge after pledge to them. You said, we've got to make sure this guy who's investigating them stops it. You said, you have my attention. I'm concerned about this. You said, let's go fight these people, meaning the people who were investigating the fraud. Why'd you do it? Why'd you help them?
Are you going to let me answer?
Please. We're all ears.
So first of all, you're cherry picking quotes out of there.
Why did you help
I
him?
thought you were going to let me answer.
Why did you
Are you
help
going to let
him?
me answer?
Why did you help
You
him?
let me answer and I'll answer you.
Tell the truth and I'll let you answer.
I will tell the truth.
Good.
Let's do that.
That'd be a nice change. Why'd you help him?
Now see, Mr. Chairman, I didn't come here to be insulted. I came here voluntarily.
You came here for the truth. Let's have it. Why did you help them? The quotes are here. They're in black and white, and every member of this audience can listen to the recording. It's 54 minutes long. It's all in public. You can Google it right now and listen to it.
And listen to it all.
Why'd you help them?
First of all, I didn't help them.
You did help them.
No, I did not. I certainly didn't.
You're saying you didn't do anything for them. You didn't.
Well, wait a minute.
I already have my team working on this again. That's not you?
I have my team assisted with the information that led to the prosecution and conviction of these people.
No, you didn't. You didn't lift a finger to prosecute them. No, you did not. You didn't lift a finger to prosecute them.
Federal prosecution.
You had, BS. You had whistleblowers come to you as early as 2019.
You're the one talking BS.
Hey, listen, it's my time.
Doesn't know what you're talking about, sir.
No, sir. You now have encountered the truth and you don't like it. Why'd you take their money? Why'd you take their money?
I didn't.
You took $10,000.
No, that's a false statement.
$10,000 9 days after the meeting.
False statement.
You took $10,000. Here's what happened. They went to your office.
They
solicited money from you. They solicited help from you.
That's also wrong.
They came to your office. It was your official office. You met with them for 54 minutes.
No, they didn't.
They asked you for help. You pledged it to them, and they talked repeatedly about money. In fact, it's all they talked about.
That's a lie.
Money, 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 money. They said, we will put our dollars in the right place. We will support candidates that will fight to protect our interests. You replied, that's right. They said, if you are secure in your donor base and secure in your power base, you can act the way you want. You replied, money is freedom. They said the amount of money circulating, I'm reading the transcript, the amount of money circulating in our community today is powerful, and we haven't realizing it in a meaningful way. And you said, give me the specifics. And 9 days later, you took $10,000 from people who were then indicted. It's in your reports. Why'd you do it?
Sir,
was it worth it?
You know what? This is a theatrical performance.
This is the truth. This is what accountability looks like, of which you've had none. You helped fraudsters defraud your state and this government of $9 billion, and you got a fat campaign contribution out of it. You ought to be indicted.
True. Well,
that's the truth.
I think we've made the point. Let's keep the tenor just
for the record.
I'll ask how I want to.
He's lying, and that's the truth.
Oh no, this is all on the record, sir. Did you bother Did you bother to investigate where the money that you facilitated their fraud for, where it went? Do you know where it went, what it was used for, the fraudulent money? I do, because we just heard testimony about it yesterday.
Because we were key players in the
hundreds of millions of dollars to terrorist groups, to transnational criminal organizations, to the drug trade, to drug trafficking, to child trafficking. And you took $10,000
That's a lie.
And helped them do it. You know, the other thing is, whistleblowers came to you as early as 2019. Let's look. As early as 2019, whistleblower. Don't talk over me. As early as 2019, it's my hearing, pal. As early as 2019.
Don't call me
whistleblowers came to, well, I should call you prisoner because you ought to be in jail.
Well, we'll see what you can do about it.
In 2019, whistleblowers came to you in your office and referred to you fraud allegations from Feeding Our Futures, and you blew them off. Listen, your own state newspaper investigated it. The Minnesota Star Tribune, the Partners in Nutrition, brought its concerns to the Attorney General's office in 2018 and in 2019, and you did nothing. You did nothing for years. The only action you took is, once all these fraudsters came to your office and asked you to get involved and offered you money, then you got involved. Then you took the money, and then you got involved.
They did not come to my office. You're completely wrong about that.
You met with them for 54 minutes, and you took $10,000, and they also gave your family money. They gave your family thousands of dollars in campaign contributions in addition to what they gave you.
False statement.
Let's put
this is completely untrue.
The New York Post.
Yeah, we know the New York Post.
Minnesota Keith Ellison, AG, accepted campaign donations from individuals linked to the $250 million COVID fraud scheme after they were in your office. The donations came on December 20th.
Sir,
you met with them on December the 11th, and on January 20th, the FBI knocked over their headquarters.
No.
That's the sequence of events here.
No, it's not.
You've been right at the center of this fraud thing from the beginning, and you've enabled it. And sir, you should resign.
And sir, you should resign. I was thinking the same thing about you.
You should resign.
I was thinking the exact same thing about you.
I'm sure after encountering this truth, you are, because it hurts to have accountability, doesn't it?
Because after this parade
It
of
hurts to have
lies and
accountability.
presentation,
Time has
I think you should be
expired.
ashamed for misrepresentation.
Time has expired. Senator Moreno.
Unexpected next witness. You're expecting somebody on the other side.
Or should I go on to Blumenthal?
So let me ask.
Excuse me. I made a mistake.
I
I'm
thought
supposed
so.
to go to the other side. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here this morning. General Ellison, I want to ask you about law enforcement generally, and especially as it applies here, as a former Attorney General myself and a former United States Attorney. I'm very concerned about the lack of working together, not just coordination or cooperation, but actually joint work together here. You know, this is routine because law enforcement is not about red and blue. It's about trying to apprehend and prosecute wrongdoers, to deter others, to punish the ones who did it. We've been told this morning that Operation Metro Surge is over, but this issue is much bigger than just Minneapolis. It's about an out-of-control agency that is imposing brutality and violence in neighborhoods across the country. And the hearing that we held, a spotlight hearing last week, had witnesses who were shot and shot at, U.S. citizens with no criminal background whatsoever, in Chicago and California. This kind of brutality is happening across the country. So I think it really is a national issue. I appreciate your leadership on a national level to try to bring some sanity and rationality here. You were asked earlier by Senator Peters about the lack of cooperation in the investigations of Renee Good and Alex Preddy's death. Absolutely tragic, but it's not just a lack of cooperation, I believe. Hasn't the federal government actually impeded your efforts to investigate by withholding evidence that was provided by state and local authorities and now is kept from you when you want to undertake a legitimate law enforcement investigation? Maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Senator, we certainly hope this situation does change. But up until now, particularly on the Good matter, we have been denied access to critical evidence in the case to evaluate it. Information like the car, the gun, shell casings, other critical information needed to complete an evaluation and an investigation we simply haven't had access to. We hope this changes. And you mentioned the presence of Tom Homan. I can tell you that with Secretary Noem and with Mr. Bovino, we didn't have any engagement at all. Perhaps now, with somebody who has experience of their own in law enforcement, we can make some progress. I'm hopeful, but up until now, the situation is, as you described, we've been denied access to critical information. We need to complete an investigation.
And the denial of information raises the issue of what is happening to that evidence. We know, having tried cases, that presenting it in court involves establishing a chain of custody, so as to show there was no tampering with the evidence, which is critical in crimes like the ones that allegedly were committed in the alleged murders of Preddy and Good. That kind of chain of custody, the preservation of the integrity of the evidence, is critical to any prosecution or conviction. And I'm really concerned that the failure to provide this evidence or to attest to chain of custody, in effect, amounts to a cover-up.
You know, a lot of Minnesotans have used that word, Senator, and I hope that we can, my biggest hope is we can move on from here. I think everybody who's ever done police investigation, crime investigation, knows that there is a state interest and a federal interest That's why collaboration is the norm. And I think that most people know that that information has got to be shared with everybody who has an interest in establishing truth in public safety. The fact that we haven't been doing it in this situation, I'm hoping that with the help of this committee, with the help of Mr. Holman perhaps, that we're going to get into a better place. But so far, we've been denied. And it's deeply disappointing because, as you know, anytime somebody is killed in your state, I mean, you, along its distinguished career in Connecticut, you know that leaves a massive hole in community, and to simply not investigate it, say there's nothing to see here. We've heard from the second most important official at DOJ that they're not going to investigate the Renee Good case, that they are not going to investigate at all. And I would hope that this committee would say, no, we do expect that when Minnesotans or anybody of any state is killed, particularly in connection with an officer-involved matter, that there will be an investigation. And it'll be fair, and it'll be thorough, and it'll be joint. And then whatever the results are what the results are. But the fact that they're not going to investigate, and local officials in large numbers have quit because of the conduct of the recent conduct of the DOJ, this is all deeply disturbing, and I hope we can turn the corner.
I appreciate the measured and insightful tone that you are bringing, and the message of hope. You've used that term a number of times. The people of Minnesota deserve hope that things will now change, and I hope that they will. I think the nation hopes that they will. But in the meantime, the failure to investigate the Good killing, and in fact, I believe that the investigation is focused on Renee Good's family.
That's right.
Insofar as there is any investigation, it's of her sister and possibly her family. I find absolutely abhorrent and incomprehensible. So I think there is a need for real reform in the Department of Homeland Security, which we are endeavoring to do, as you know, with common sense, restraints, and far-reaching overhaul of this agency that right now is out of control and needs to be reined in. But in the focus on this action in Minneapolis, I hope professionalism, such as you brought to this effort, will prevail. And again, my thanks to you and Mr. Schnell and Mr. Niska for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you. Mr. Niska, I'll start with you. Just a basic question, just to kind of level set. We can have the three of you just answer decently, quickly. Do you think that people who are here in this country illegally, meaning they either entered illegally or overstayed a visa, should be deported? Yes, simple yes or no.
The rule of law, yes.
Mr. Ellison?
Do they have an asylum petition pending?
You get your microphone.
If they have a pending asylum petition, I think it should be heard. If they have some basis for their presence in the country, I think ordinary due process should take place.
Yeah, it's just from my perspective, simple. I'm not a big shot lawyer like you. Just a quick question. If you enter the country illegally or you overstay a visa, should you be deported?
My simple answer is, sir, it depends.
Okay, so if somebody breaks into your home, should they be arrested for breaking and entering, or does it depend?
It's an entirely different scenario.
How's that?
Because immigration is essentially a civil, and the breaking into my home is a criminal matter.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So if there's laws that should be enforced, so we shouldn't enforce civil violations?
We absolutely should enforce them.
But you just said that it's a civil matter, so it's different. So if somebody
you enforce civil matters.
So if somebody commits a civil infraction, it shouldn't be enforced?
It should be.
Okay, so they should be deported.
No, they should have due process that is associated with their petition. So,
again,
for example,
so the act of entering the country illegally, you think we should say, well, did you really do it or not do it? It's pretty obvious that they did, right?
Well, I mean, it would depend on the facts of the situation, and then they might say,
I just gave you the facts. They
right,
entered the country without permission.
But Senator, what if they had a good faith basis to say they would be persecuted in their home country and subjected to real oppression there under international law? There are provisions for them to make a case.
That's a phenomenal point. Mexico and Canada, do you consider those to be safe countries or no?
Generally, I do, but there are certain
generally you
circumstances.
do?
Well, I mean, I would just say this.
You border Canada. Don't insult your neighbors to the north.
No, I love my neighbors to the north.
Well, so is it a generally safe country?
Generally, yes.
So then somebody seeking asylum could certainly be safe in Canada and Mexico, no?
Now, so like if somebody, we do know that in Mexico, which is another country I truly admire and think is a wonderful country, but there have been cases of persecution, people who have legitimate
So
fear.
people aren't safe in Mexico? Refugees cannot be safe in Mexico?
Some might not be. And I think, and
So
what I'm saying,
maybe
Senator,
we shouldn't have a free trade agreement with them then.
I didn't say that, but what I would say, Senator, is that we should hear their petition.
Gotcha.
We should at least hear it out. We should say, is there a well-founded and legitimate fear of persecution in your home country?
That can't happen in Mexico?
Well, I think that she should just follow the international protocols that existed. And
It is, which is that you seek asylum in your nearest country that you are seeking asylum in. But it sounds to me that your answer is no. Mr. Schnell?
Senator, if I were to answer yes or no, it would be misleading. And I think ultimately it does boil down to due process.
It actually is pretty staggering that the easiest question that I could possibly ask is confusing for the two of you. I mean, that's decently disgusting, and I'm going to tell you why from my perspective. I wasn't born in this country. My mom and dad had to follow the rules to bring me and my 6 siblings into the United States, and I find it disgusting that the two of you guys want to reward people who skip the line, pay drug cartel members to smuggle them across the border, are coached to say exactly the right words when they hit Border Patrol. And by the way, the people who do that, the people who are from my neck of the woods, from South and Latin America, get abused, get raped, get held at gunpoint because people like you say, oh, it's okay, maybe we'll allow them into the country, when we should have a very simple policy, which is you can't enter our country illegally and you can't overstay your visa. The fact that the two of you are top law enforcement people in your state and you can't simply say, hey, violating a civil or criminal offense is a problem, is probably the origin of why we have these issues. Let's move on for something else. Mr. Ellison, as the Attorney General of the state of Ohio, I'm sorry, the state of Minnesota, you would never get elected in Ohio. Who's Victoria Harwell? Because you haven't said her name. I'm just curious who she is.
is there a question you'd like to ask me?
Yeah, who is she?
As I understand it, she's a very unfortunate, tragic victim of a crime.
Okay, and what have you done about it?
Well, in Minnesota, sir, I prosecute crimes that are...
What have you done for Victoria Harwell?
I'm telling you about my jurisdiction.
I'm just telling you what you've done for Victoria Harwell.
I'm telling you about my jurisdiction.
No, but I didn't ask you a question about your jurisdiction. If I did, you could answer that one, but I haven't. So just tell me about Victoria Harwell. Just tell me what maybe the answer is nothing, which is fine. Just tell me what you've done for Victoria Harwell.
We have done everything that the law allows us to do.
Okay. And she's an American citizen, right?
I assume so, yes. I don't know her nationality.
You haven't even bothered to look into who she is?
No, sir. What I'm telling you is that I don't know, what her nationality is. It doesn't mean I don't know anything. It means I don't know that.
Well, thank you for your concern for the Harwell family. It's obviously pretty sad that the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota has not even bothered to understand who she is. And you haven't mentioned her testimony, but you certainly know who Renee Good and Alex Preddy are.
I do.
Yeah, so obviously your priorities are clearly obvious. Tell me about Temple Israel. What happened there?
Well, my dear friend of mine is the
That would be the answer to
lead
your question
rabbi at Temple Israel.
Could you just answer my question, please?
Well, a lot of things happen there. Do you have something in mind you'd like to bring up?
Yeah, any particular incidents happen of anti-Semitism?
Well, there have been acts of anti-Semitism there.
What have you done about it?
Of which I oppose vigorously. We've supported local law enforcement in doing the right thing in those communities. I mean, let me tell you, you're asking me about a place I know a lot about. I've been to Temple Israel an untold number of times. And so if they ever have any security concerns, that is a concern of mine.
And
absolutely.
So what have you actually done differently to help fight anti-Semitism in Minnesota?
I speak against anti-Semitism. I condemn it as repugnant and wrong.
Let's pause there. You speak against anti-Semitism. Will you condemn Louis Farrakhan's comments saying that Judaism is a dirty religion?
You know, sir, I thought I was coming here to talk about immigration policy.
That was a layup question, by the way.
No. I thought I was talking about immigration policy. I didn't know that we were going to be talking about all these matters. I mean, I'm reluctant to just sort of, I mean, we already had one thing where we didn't mention immigration policy at all. I'm fine with you asking about questions around asylum and things like that. That makes a lot of sense to me. But now we're going off in all kind of different directions. I think there should be some scope to this hearing. And so thank you for your interest. And we both share a need to condemn anti-Semitism.
A few of my colleagues have gone over time, Mr. Chairman. So I find it disgusting that we would have a witness who's the Attorney General of a state that will not condemn the fact that somebody said that Judaism is a dirty religion. The fact that we have a witness of that low caliber here before the United States Congress is an insult to this institution.
I'd like to put a finer point on one of the things you asked too, because the responses were that they say, well, due process hadn't been completed. Let's say due process is completed, there is a final order, but the person isn't accused of any crime. Their only crime is being in the country illegally, as Senator Moreno did. Mr. Schnell, would you advise the Minneapolis police to assist in a final order? Their only crime is that they're in the country illegally.
Senator, if there is a judicial order, absolutely, we should comply.
Attorney General Ellison.
Certainly.
Okay, see, I think that's unclear. Not maybe from Mr. Schnell's point of view, but I think from the edicts and things coming down, I don't think it is clear. People have the feeling that you don't want any cooperation with ICE on someone who's here in the country illegally. So I think as we look at this, if we only say, if we're Democrats and we only say, oh, it's ICE, 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 and we don't say, well, that the cooperation had anything to do with it, and I'm not saying it justifies any kind of bad behavior, but I really haven't gotten the feeling, and I know it's been contentious, but I haven't gotten the feeling that you're willing to accept some responsibility for the lack of cooperation escalating this problem.
Can I respond, Senator? Before Operation Metro Surge, ICE was operating, legally and in a cooperative way in the state of Minnesota. People may not like the way they were operating, but they were operating legally and with cooperation. It is this dramatic escalation that has caused so much problem. And so you're recommending that I try to be more clear. I will certainly take that to heart, sir, but this surge is, in fact, a very serious issue.
And it's not without criticism. I'm just saying that there is the sense in the country and in Minnesota that you wouldn't want, that you're so opposed to deporting someone just for deporting them that you don't want anybody to enforce it, that you don't want the police to be involved with this. And so I think it is necessary, if you do believe the police should cooperate, to say publicly the police of Minneapolis will cooperate, and it's going to be the way we're going to get to less ICE here by having 10 police officers go with one ICE agent to arrest people, but that you're for that. And I can't tell you what to say. I'm just saying I want less tensions. I don't want more people to be, unjustifiably injured or killed. So it's a thought. And I'm sorry I interrupted Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all of our witnesses for being here today to testify on government oversight. So while I won't be focusing on ICE and all of those issues, those are significant issues, I do focus on a lot of issues that come down to fraud within the federal government. So again, want to thank you all for being here. Really appreciate your time. So I'll set the stage. We have a lot of families like mine that live in Iowa, Minnesota. I come from a blue-collar working family, a farm family. My parents farmed, they worked very hard. Their parents ahead of them worked very hard to get where we are today. I'm very privileged to sit in this seat today. My sister works for a trucking company. She and her husband farm. My brother is a blue-collar labor union worker for the railroad. Every one of their tax dollars needs to be protected because they work darn hard in all types of weather. They work outside. They don't have the privilege of sitting in a cushy office working 9 to 5. But what we have found in the federal government through years and years of the work that I have done on oversight is that 1 out of every $10 that Americans send to the federal government is squandered away and lost in fraud. 1 out of every $10. So there's no time to waste in giving Americans peace of mind about how we use their hard-earned dollars. We have seen examples like the Quality Layering Center in Minnesota recently, but this is happening in every single state. It's not just Minnesota, it is every single state. And accordingly, Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit my Squeal Award to Minnesota Governor Walz for the state's massive fraud ring for the record. I'm putting
Without
together
objection.
thank you. I'm putting together a package of pragmatic, bipartisan proposals because I have friends on the other side of the aisle that see this as a massive scam against the American public. They see this and they want to deal with it. They want to prevent waste from ever occurring again. For too long, Congress has pretended to search for who is actually responsible for the amount of fraud and waste in programs after those funds have already gone out to the states and localities. It's almost like a problem Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Gang might face. So right here, folks, well, the mystery is solved. Congress is responsible. By allowing weak incentives for states and localities to police spending after those grant funds are dispersed, fraud is able to increase more easily, and it's harder to recoup improperly used taxpayer dollars. So, Representative Niska, too often the federal government writes a check and then looks the other way. How should Congress redesign incentives to ensure states have real skin in the game and safeguards taxpayer dollars once those funds have left Washington, D.C.?
Well, thank you, Senator. And you're absolutely right that people respond to incentives, and especially immoral people respond to incentives. And unfortunately, we've had both in federal programs, but especially the way the Walz administration and Attorney General Ellison have overseen those programs in Minnesota, we have seen an enormous loss of our important taxpayer dollars. We should be tightening up eligibility requirements, making sure that states and local governments are actually going out and checking on whether meals are being served. The Feeding Our Future fraud scandal that we heard about was a situation where there were sites that were supposedly feeding kids where nobody could have fed them. And if Minnesota officials, including Attorney General Ellison's office, which was involved in litigation at that time, had just gone out and checked, they would have been able to find those problems. The problem is that Attorney General Ellison has fought to cover up the records from closed investigative files. He's fought in the courts and the legislature to amend our sunshine law so that he doesn't have to disclose what happened in those investigations, and that needs to change as well. But absolutely, the federal government needs to be overseeing our taxpayer dollars and making sure that states who are administering those programs are doing it better than Minnesota has done. It's been a complete failure.
Yes, thank you. And Attorney General Ellison, under your watch, unfortunately, Minnesota has achieved the largest COVID fraud scheme in American history. Under your watch, those whistleblowers who brought attention to the fraud and waste in your state faced retaliation. Under your watch, billions of tax dollars intended for unemployment insurance, supporting hungry children, just as described, children with autism, providing housing for the most vulnerable, keeping small businesses afloat through COVID, and more were instead, all of those dollars were funneled away into fraudulent schemes. So last month in an interview with CNN, you were asked if your office has done enough to stop the fraud. And you responded, "Of course we've done enough." And this is a quote, "Of course we've done enough. And we're doing more every single day. This is a political matter. This is not a serious thing." Those are your words.
They are.
How do I go back to my hardworking brother and my hardworking sister and every other American who's going out there and then sending their taxpayer dollars to Washington, D.C., only to have it squandered away in fraud? How do we respond to them? And how do we recoup those dollars from these programs that Minnesota should have been overseeing?
Senator Ernst, thank you. I really do believe that you're sincerely, earnestly trying to look out for taxpayer dollars. And I'm here to tell you that, of course, we're here to hold people accountable who commit fraud. I've prosecuted and convicted over 300 people since I've been the AG for Medicaid fraud. So I'm with you when you're trying to protect the public dollar. What I was saying in that interview is that rather than coming together on a bipartisan basis to stop fraud, the matter has been turned into a political football, which I bet you probably would agree it shouldn't be. We should come together to protect the public dollar, and it shouldn't be somebody's campaign ad. What we should do is do it together. So what are we doing? First of all, you should know that I can only prosecute crimes that the county attorney gives me or that the governor assigns me. I do not have authority to just prosecute anybody I want.
Yes, and I am over time.
Okay.
Thank you for that. But
Let's
what
talk.
we need,
I'm here to help. I'm here to work with you.
What we need is your governor then to step up to the plate, and any crime that needs to be prosecuted, it needs to be done. The American taxpayer is tired of their dollars being funneled out of their pockets into scammers' pockets.
I think you're right.
Senator Moody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. Thank you for the witnesses for being here today. I think this is one of the most pressing issues facing our country, and it is the most pressing issue facing our country because of what we saw over the last 4 years. On a conservative estimate under the last administration, 11 million people flooded, I would argue, were pushed into our country, sometimes done on a quota system under the Biden administration. Some estimates have it up to 20 million. Many of those didn't even come through checkpoints. They just came across without any sort of checking in, without any sort of claiming, without any sort of process. And many, many, many of those had criminal histories before they even got here. And I know this was a hard question to answer, but it should be an easy one. Mr. Ellison, you are the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota.
I'm not what question is that, Senator?
You're the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota.
I of course am. Obviously, I was introduced that way.
You didn't answer Senator Hawley, so I'm just trying to get that on the record. I will easily answer. Not only am I the newest United States Senator, I was the Attorney General for the state of Florida. Easy answer. We'll start there. So I'm going to take us back to 2021 when Biden reversed precedent of Democrat and Republican presidents going back in modern history and changed whether or not they were going to deport people here illegally that had committed felonies. Do you remember when that executive order came out where they said very specifically they were changing whether or not they would be deporting people here illegally committing felonies? Do you remember that?
I cannot say I have a tight recollection of that.
I remember it because I was the Attorney General, which is often referred to as the top cop or the top law enforcement official or prosecutor in a state. I remember it because I was desperately getting calls from sheriffs around my state saying, I have somebody in here for burglary or drug trafficking, whatever. They are canceling detainers. Do you remember anybody coming to you and saying they're canceling detainers?
I remember we had a robust conversation around a range of issues, and what we did is evaluated Minnesota law and shared that information.
And what I mean by that is under the Biden administration, Mayorkas and everybody that was working on immigration started systematically breaking down the border. And not only that, which allowed for the 11 million to 20 million people to come in, not only that, they started telling law enforcement officials around the nation that had in their custody people here illegally committing crimes don't hold them anymore. We're going to abandon precedent that used to be done under Democratic and Republican presidential administrations, and we're going to stop holding people here illegally committing crimes. Don't detain them because that's not our policy anymore. So what did I do as the top law enforcement official in the state of Florida, as the Attorney General? I sued the Biden administration immediately and fought back because my law enforcement officials had the trust in me that I would fight for the safety of our communities. It just came out recently after we had to bear the absolute devastation to this country as it related to immigration and crimes in our community under the Biden administration, that the Trump administration said that we have gotten out of your state tens of thousands of people here illegally with criminal backgrounds. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I'm sorry, are you asking me if committing crimes is a bad thing? The answer is
No.
yes.
Trump administration said they have removed from your state 10,000 people that were here illegally that had criminal backgrounds. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
If you're asking me are you asking me to rely on what the Trump administration has said?
Assume it is true, because I think you're going to debate me on this. They have removed tens of thousands of people across the country that are here illegally, that have committed crimes. They have a criminal background. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I agree with the general premise that we should remove the worst of the worst who are not authorized to be in the United States who commit crimes.
Okay, so if they're here illegally and they've committed burglary, should they be removed? What was that?
Ma'am,
I think you said yes. I just couldn't hear you.
Ma'am, look, I think I answered your question.
You didn't. I'm asking you now.
If you're asking me,
This is a
if
simple
somebody,
question. As
if
the top
somebody
cop
commits
of Minnesota,
a crime,
if someone burglarizes
somebody
someone
commits a
home
crime,
and they're here illegally, should they be deported?
if somebody
This is not
commits a
trick
felony
question.
offense, I mean, but it's.
Okay, let me make it simple. If they are drug trafficking and they are in Minnesota and they're here illegally, should they be deported?
Have they been convicted?
Let's assume they've been convicted.
Yeah.
Okay. If they have broken into people's homes or committed theft, or let me go as far as saying if they've committed fraud and they're here illegally, should they be deported?
Have they been convicted?
If they are in the process and they have a background of a criminal conviction for any crime, should they be deported?
People who have been convicted and are not authorized to be in the country should be removed.
Okay, if they've been convicted and they have an application in process or they've claimed asylum, should they be removed?
Don't we need to find,
If they have a criminal conviction for fraud and they're here
Yes.
illegally, or they have a process pending, should they be removed?
If they have a criminal conviction for felony fraud and they're unauthorized to be in the country, they should be removed.
So do you think it would shock the federal government when in January of 2026, you said, and I quote, we're not going to help the Trump administration. We're not going to devote the resources of our state to help the Trump administration. That's not our business. We're not going to help them. We're not going to do their bidding.
I'm glad you asked me.
Hold on. Do you think it would surprise an administration who's trying to go back and rid communities of people here illegally that are committing crimes to have the top law enforcement officer of the state said, we're not going to help them?
So, Senator, here's the thing. The federal government is a government of limited and enumerated powers, among them immigration enforcement.
Do you think you should help remove people here illegally that have committed crimes? Should you help the administration?
We should obey Minnesota and federal law. That's what we should do.
Does it surprise you that you said you think you have 7 counties that have entered into 287G out of 87 counties, 7? Would it surprise you that Florida has every one of our counties signed up to help the administration rid our communities of those that are here illegally committing crimes?
It would neither surprise me or not surprise me.
Does it surprise you that
states
you're
are
having
different.
all of these problems in Minnesota because you have a top cop that won't help rid its community of those here illegally committing crimes?
You know what?
It's a tale of 2 states, a tale of 2 attorney generals, and how this is all playing out. It should surprise no one in this country. And in fact, let me go a step further. It should surprise no one in this country that the problems that we have had in your state as a result of a top cop not working with law enforcement to make its community safe and rid people here committing crimes, that you're seeing what has played out. And let me just
No,
say
that's
one more.
actually wrong. That's actually quite wrong.
You cannot
do
have an attorney general
certainly disagree with that.
post pictures supporting Antifa with an expectation you are going to have a civilized, stable, safe community that works with federal law enforcement to deport criminals here illegally committing crime. That is a joke. And it is also the reason why you have a crisis in law enforcement ranks. You have such a high vacancy rate in your state because no one that wears a badge and does these dangerous jobs believes that their top cop supports them. And as the wife of a law enforcement officer, I think that is a shame, and your state deserves better.
Senator, I thought we were going to have a real conversation. I'd be happy to have one, but now I know that you don't really want one, so congratulations on
That
your
was
theater.
expired. With that, this concludes our first panel. I'd like to thank our witnesses for participating in today's hearing. We will now transition to our second panel momentarily.
So we're going to use the same order.
Do you have the second?
Now, that was the Minnesota Attorney General testifying on Capitol Hill. A lot of questions about fraud in the state and other law enforcement and immigration things. We'll bring you back there later this afternoon. Now, several Minnesota officials, Border Czar Tom Homan says the immigration enforcement operation in Minnesota is coming to an end. Homan says the success of the operation made that possible.
With that, and success that has been made arresting public safety threats and other priorities since this search operation began, as well as the unprecedented levels of coordination we have obtained from state officials and local law enforcement, I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this surge operation conclude. As a result of this surge operation, we have greatly reduced the number of targets for enforcement action, and many criminal aliens have been arrested and taken off the streets, including murderers, sex offenders, national security threats, gang members, and other violent criminals. Just this week, ICE arrested a criminal alien with criminal convictions for rape, acts with a child under 14 years of age with force, lewd and lascivious acts with a child under 14. ICE also arrested 2 criminal aliens with criminal sexual misconduct convictions, among other violent criminals. In addition to taking public safety threats off the street, ICE, here in this state, have located 3,364 missing unaccompanied alien children. Children that the last administration lost and weren't even looking for. That's because of the leadership of President Trump, these children were located.
ICE launched Operation Metro Surge on December 1st. Federal authorities say that the sweeps focused on the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro area and have led to the arrest of more than 4,000 people. Homan says that changes have enabled ending the ICE operation, and he discussed what's coming next.
Several things have changed. First of all, when the agents were out doing operations and the agitators got a hand and posed a public safety threat, not just to the officers but to communities, law enforcement response has been sporadic at best. I think at what you've seen now, what you saw this past weekend, is law enforcement is responding to public safety needs quickly. And people were arrested for violating city ordinances as far as when unlawful assembly and so forth. They've come to assist us to make sure our officers, the person we have in custody, leave that scene safely. A small footprint of personnel will remain for a period of time to close out and transition full command and control back to the field office, as well as to ensure agitator activity continues to decline and that state and local law enforcement continue to respond to ensure officer and community safety. Additionally, federal government personnel assigned to conduct criminal investigation into the agitators, as well as the personnel assigned here for the fraud investigations, will remain in place until their work is done.
Homan says that nothing has changed on President Trump's promise of mass deportation, saying that that's what the country is going to get. But Homan says it will continue to be smart law enforcement doing targeted operations. He also addressed improvements made under his watch, including personnel changes, with Homan saying he established a unified change of command structure, strengthened joint intelligence and targeting capabilities, and deployed body cameras. And now it's been 12 days since 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie disappeared, seemingly without a trace. Now, federal and local law enforcement are working to find her and to identify the armed person seen on Guthrie's doorbell camera. The Pima County Sheriff's Department says that more than 4,000 calls have come in. That happened within 24 hours of the FBI releasing photos of a potential subject. FBI agents walked among the desert vegetation at Guthrie's Tucson area home yesterday. They also fanned out across a neighborhood about a mile away, knocking on doors and searching through bushes and boulders. Authorities say that several hundred detectives and agents are now assigned to the case, with the investigation continuing to expand in the surrounding area. Here's what we've learned so far.
Children of 84-year-old grandmother Nancy Guthrie are desperately holding on to hope for her return. Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie posting on social media urging people to look at this doorbell camera video and to call the sheriff's office or FBI with information. FBI agents are tediously searching the area near Guthrie's home to find anything left behind by that person.
The idea that he's out there, he has to be asking himself now, well, what did I do with all that stuff?
The New York Post is reporting investigators have seemingly recovered a black glove in the area, but it's not clear if authorities believe it's the same glove worn by the person seen in the doorbell camera footage. Experts say those videos and pictures are being scrutinized.
That jacket that subject is wearing could be red, it could be blue, it could be white, but because of the IR effects on clothing or organic materials, it changes color.
Meanwhile, the man who was detained and questioned by authorities over the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie is speaking out.
Just hear my name. Yeah, that's all I want.
He was released after several hours, and authorities did not file charges. Despite this movement in the case, the Pima County Sheriff's Office is not holding any press conferences or offering interviews for now.
When you've also done something very high profile and public that hasn't panned out, you really don't want to have to answer questions about it.
Now we're heading back to Capitol Hill, where USCIS Director Joseph Edlow, CBP Commissioner Rodney Scott, and Acting ICE Director Tom Lyons are testifying on operations in Minnesota. Let's tune in.
Rules of engagement and pledge to reform. I hope the leadership of ICE and Border Patrol here today will participate in a meaningful way today in the committee discussion on the proper use of force. We can roll the video. Or begin to roll the video. All right, stop. So what we see is the beginning of the encounter with Alexander Preddy. He's filming in the middle of the street. We see two women that are, as you watch the video, jawboning, complaining, protesting, yelling, maybe not being nice, but they're protesting away. Let's keep the videos stopped. And so my question to Mr. Scott first is yelling at ICE officers or Border Patrol, is that a form of domestic assault on the officers?
No, sir.
Mr. Lyons?
No, sir, it's not.
Okay. Is filming of ICE or Border Patrol either an assault or a crime in any way, Mr. Scott?
No, sir.
Mr. Lyons?
No, sir.
Let's roll. Go ahead.
Just a question for you, Commissioner Scott. So we see Alex Preddy here. I think it went for a little further. But he is just holding a phone here. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying, like the rest of us?
He's not on the screen at the moment, but that is what I've seen in that video up to that point.
So, okay, good. Just want to be clear. He's only holding a phone.
Okay, let's roll it a little bit farther forward. All right. And keep going, and keep going past this. All right, now stop. So what we've seen is the two women, we don't know what they were saying. I don't think that's audible on anything. They were probably bugging, bothering, whatever, yelling, protesting at the officers, but I don't think they touched them in any way. Do you think that, or is it appropriate, or is it an appropriate use of force to shove the woman to the ground here? Mr. Scott?
I can't answer that because this video does not show everything that led up to it, any encounters before, that investigation's ongoing. I think we will get that information, but we don't have it from this video.
So let's say hypothetically, two women were yelling at one of your officers. Is it okay to violently shove them to the ground?
No, sir.
Mr. Lyons?
No, sir. If I could, just put that up. So I have a question. We see the shove here. I think we're going to see her go to the ground in the image going forward. So we'll want you to verify that. I think you saw that video. You know that she gets pressed to the ground, Mr. Scott, there. So I have before me here, this is the policy for Homeland Security, where de-escalation tactics should be employed to minimize the likelihood of the use of additional force. In fact, agents shall employ de-escalation tactics and techniques. Would you consider pushing a woman down to the ground a de-escalation tactic?
It can be, depending on the circumstances. I don't know what happened before this. If the officer thinks that doing that is going to prevent any kind of a physical encounter, if there's a weapon or anything else, I'm not saying there is. I'm just saying in certain cases, using hand-to-hand is a de-escalation.
So this woman, who we all can look at our eyes, I mean, this is the thing that's so frustrating for the American people, and the 90% of people who have looked at these videos, this woman's clearly trying to have her back turned, trying to get away, and he shoves her pretty violently to the ground. Just looking at that, would you think that that's not de-escalation, or are you just saying you can't answer that?
No, I'm not justifying that action. I'm saying I don't have enough information in front of me to say it is or is not, because I don't know what happened before this video.
I think what's important about the encounter isn't even the specifics of the investigation. It's about what are your officers trained to do. So your officers are watching it. Some of them are here in the audience. Hopefully some are watching at home. And they need to know. They need a explicit. So there were people who said, and they were part of the government, I don't think they were interviewed, but part of DHS and part of the administration said that, yes, the officers were using de-escalation tactics. Nobody believes that, all right?
No one.
I'm just going to stipulate that. I don't even need your opinion on that. No one in America believes shoving that woman's head in the face in the snow was de-escalation. But your officers need to know they had a verbal encounter with them. She did not place her hands on the officers. She wasn't trying to get their weapon. It's not great. I mean, I don't like to see these encounters either. But is it appropriate for the officers to respond to a verbal barrage of words or whatever? Is it proper to physically throw a woman down or to throw anyone down?
If the only action is verbal, no.
Okay, that's what I want to hear.
Yes.
Correct, sir. Same answer.
All right. Do you have another point on this before we move on? Let's move on a little further. Okay, and so here at this point,
She's on the ground.
she's on the ground, and this to me looks not like an offensive maneuver. It looks like a defensive maneuver, holding his phone, holding his hand up to be sprayed. I think the problem what we have on so many of these images, and not just this one, all of the images that we see is really people being held and forcefully from inches away, sprayed in the eyes with this stuff. And I know it depends on the circumstances, but there's got to be a better policy. You guys have to figure it out. I mean, there was a stark contrast when we see the array of ICE agents and Border Patrol agents and the Minneapolis State Police. And it is not an easy job. I have two policemen, retired policemen that work for me. Being a policeman is not an easy job. Being an ICE agent is not an easy job. Being a Border Patrol. But the Minneapolis policemen were standing there stoically with their arms crossed, And you could say, well, they weren't getting all the crap thrown at them. That's true. But they also weren't launching tear gas back at, and grenade launchers of pepper spray. So what is the policy, first, Mr. Scott, for how we use pepper spray, and how the agent's supposed to use pepper spray and when?
In this case, they should be using it when there's active resistance or when they're trying to de-escalate to prevent using some other type of a weapon or a tool.
Right. I guess why don't we move forward go ahead.
So I just want to be clear, because we all want to know that we're all seeing the same thing, because this is the question. This is what the questions of the American people have, because they've been hearing a lot from the administration, especially early on, and their eyes tell them something completely different. So what we just saw here is that we saw an agent pepper spray Mr. Petty at a close range. Is that correct? Everybody saw that, Mr.
Correct.
Holmes, Mr. Scott? It was at a close range. He still just had a phone in his hand, and he puts his hand up to basically protect his face from being sprayed. Is that what you see? Is there something we're missing here?
I would have to watch the video again for that last statement.
Can we do that? Just look at it real quick?
Yeah, we can go back and show last 20 seconds again. Go back 20 seconds.
Right here. There. A little bit more.
And then go forward a little
Keep
more.
going a little bit more. Right there. So what we saw is that the agent grabbed him, grabbed him, pulled away with a spray, and he's putting up his hand like, oh my God, you're going to spray me in the face.
Right. And see, the thing is that we've got more than one problem here. I think that, I understand you not wanting to make conclusions yet, but nobody believes you're going to, because you made conclusions immediately, not you, but people within the government made conclusions immediately that he was a terrorist and an assassin, that people aren't believing that it's going to be an honest investigation. It's also been quite a while. And I am very pro-law enforcement. I don't think, as terrible as this is, it's something that's a crime. I think it's terrible police work, but there has to ultimately be repercussions. I think he is retreating at every moment. He's trying to get away, and he's being sprayed in the face. I don't think that's de-escalatory. That's an escalatory thing. So while pepper gas, you might have a theory of how it might be a de-escalation, in this case, without a question, it is. But I can tell you, if we come back with a result and people say we looked at it, nobody's to blame for anything, and there are no changes, I think it destroys the trust in ICE. You want trust in ICE and Border Patrol agents. We've got to restore that. And it doesn't mean that we have to do something inappropriate to these agents, but some of the stuff's inexcusable. I mean, and it's going to take conclusions. It's going to come forward. But right now, I don't know that the American public, believes that there can be an honest assessment. Who is doing the investigation?
So multiple agencies are doing an investigation. The FBI is involved, FBI Civil Rights are involved, ICE is involved, and CBP's Office of Professional Responsibility is involved. CBP's specific role is to preserve the evidence and really focus on what you're talking about, the administrative aspects of it and the training aspects to make sure that we are constantly getting better and better. The criminal aspects are FBI. But there's a lot of other video, there's body cam video that's all being looked at, and until all that evidence is evaluated, I can't jump to a conclusion on either direction. I would ask America to do the same thing. But I am committed to transparency, to making sure all the information we have is made public when it's appropriate.
So you will release the officers' cameras?
Yes.
Okay. Let's roll forward. Okay, we can stop. So it goes on. I mean, he's standing up, he's trying to protect his eyes, but he's still back filming and on the back of his heels. At no time in the encounter, we've gone forward a couple seconds, do you see him try to strike an officer? Nor does he brandish a weapon, which was alleged as well. And so we're going through this, and it's like, they will say, oh, he's, resisting at some point. I don't see any resistance, but it's kind of hard to tell when you have 6 people on you and you're moving, are you resisting? I mean, the natural instinct is when 6 people are on top of you, you're going to be trying to move. You're not going to be placid, particularly after they've sprayed him several times. But I see nothing here, not even a hint of something that was aggressive on his part. Everything was retreat. He's over in the street, he retreats. The woman is pushed to the ground. He tries to assist the woman to get up. He's violently sprayed, and it just continues. And so I don't think this should take months and months and years and years. There needs to be a conclusion. You want to calm things down. I think Tom Homan being there and now saying we're going to reduce his presence in the street is a good sign and a good step forward. And I'm glad that's happening. I think that is de-escalation, true de-escalation in a diplomatic way. But we need to have answers here, and there needs to be an announcement. These are the new policies. This is how we're going to interact with the public, because the public needs to know too. If I go to a protest and I shout something at people, could I be killed?
Just a little further.
Let's go back. Let's go a little further on the video.
There's the one. We're going to keep going. Where's it that he gets it?
We can stop there. One of the theories initially that was proffered, and I'm assuming is not true, but I just like confirmation that's not true, was that as his gun was taken from him, it accidentally discharged, causing them to fire their weapons. His gun wasn't fired?
I can't testify to that. I'm not, that is under FBI's purview with the ongoing investigation. I can't answer that question.
All right. Did you have another comment at this point? Go a little bit further.
It's coming. Right there. This is it here. Yep, move it a little bit further. A little bit.
Go just
Right there, right, stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, stop that if you would. So if you'd stop that, I think what we saw right there, and make sure we're seeing this, that the officer basically started to beat him with a pepper spray canister at that point. That's right before we stopped that. So to both of you, is beating someone with a spray pan, with a canister, is that de-escalatory? You're going to give me the same answer? You don't know if that's de-escalatory? Take it away from this incident. If you just saw someone beating someone with a canister on the ground, would you think that's de-escalatory? Was that what
We're leaving out what I'm seeing is a subject that's also not complying. He's not following any guidance. He's fighting back nonstop. I don't know what they're saying. I don't know what's going on in this situation. I know that they're all being interviewed what was going on, and that will be part of the official record. But I can't answer whether that's appropriate or not. It depends on what a reasonable officer saw at that time.
So is that part of training? Do you train
Absolutely
officers to beat somebody with a canister?
We
If
don't-
there are only several officers holding someone down, then if you really want to.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask just a process question here? Are the people in those videos not entitled to Fifth Amendment and 14th Amendment protection of due process? It seems to me that if we get to a place in time in America
Prosecution,
where we
yes.
have a video that is the entirety of what is guilt or not guilt, puts us in a very, very
I don't
bad
think
situation.
anybody's assessing.
Well, I
any
think
kind
that's
of
what you're
criminal
saying.
guilt.
You're asking for conclusions.
No, we're asking for conclusions for what is the proper use of force for all agents.
But you're asking specific questions about a video.
And the answers have been generic answers. We haven't gotten.
As they should be, as they should be, by the way.
And so-
And I just want to point out that these American citizens who are entitled to Fifth and 14th Amendment protections, and for us to make certain that we keep that in mind as we ask these conclusive questions.
They do. For a court of law and for any criminal proceeding, they absolutely deserve that. We're going to move on to a first round of questions, and I'm going to pass mine to Senator Johnson, and I'll reclaim mine later.
Mr. Chairman, first, are the witnesses going to be providing testimony?
They've been taken for the record. They've been taken for the record. They gave the same public testimony yesterday.
Oh, I wanted to hear from them. Okay. So there was a real disconnect in our first panel in terms of Congressman Emmer and the representative from Minnesota State Legislature versus the Attorney General and fellow in charge of prisons in terms of the level that Minnesota was cooperating with ICE and with Customs and Border Patrol. Were you listening to that opening panel?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I'll start with you, Commissioner Scott. What would you agree or disagree with in terms of what was said in that first panel in terms of the cooperation or lack of cooperation? Because according to Attorney General Ellison, they were perfectly cooperating and there shouldn't have been any problems here. And I think that the statement he used is it was because of the unprecedented nature, let me get the, well, just said, again, it was because of the scale of the surge that's what caused all the problem versus Minnesota cooperating or not cooperating.
Yeah, that's not accurate at all. I actually met with the Attorney General when I went up with Tom Homan. We initially had conversations. The reason that CBP surged a bunch of resources into Minneapolis is because ICE couldn't go do arrests without being violently assaulted, and they were not getting support from state and local law enforcement.
So talk about the kind of arrest, because we heard from here, and I, quite honestly, I didn't get a complete answer from the fellow from the prisons when he said, as long as there's a judicial order. And I was wondering, does he mean from an Article 3 judge? Or is he talking about the administrative law judges that we use for enforcement of ICE? So was that a distinction? Were they only going to honor and they only going to cooperate with Article 3 judicial orders? Or did they concede the fact that, we handle federal immigration law through the administrative law judges?
So I would defer to ICE on what the normal
Okay,
processes were.
Mr. Lyons.
Yes, sir. I can speak to that. It's both, sir, judicial and administrative. They did not cooperate at all. I can give you an example.
Well, please give me multiple examples.
I can give you an example where ICE, Enforcement Removal Operations and Homeland Security Investigations, we did execute a criminal warrant for an individual from Ecuador who fled the state of Connecticut that was wanted for the state of Connecticut for a rape of a 14-year-old minor. He did have a murder warrant from Ecuador, and we did not have any cooperation with that. Going back to the surge part, we did have that.
Just describe no cooperation. I mean, so
we had to
walk through here. So you got this warrant on somebody who's, convicted of, or I guess convicted of a violent crime or just wanted on a violent crime. I mean, be specific. Talk about this instance.
This incident, sir, the subject was wanted from the state of Connecticut, fled the state of Connecticut after a detainer was not honored in the state of Connecticut. He was wanted for rape of a 14-year-old minor.
But he wasn't convicted. They made a big deal about, it's got to be a convicted criminal.
No, sir, it was an actual criminal warrant from the state of Connecticut. And that subject was also wanted on an Interpol warrant because he was wanted for homicide in his home country. And he was also illegal reentry, 8 U.S.C. 1326. So it was
But you understand the point. Again, they were making a big point. It has to be convicted. A.G. Ellison kept saying, well, is the person convicted of the crime?
Well, sir, I think we have to start first, is the person even supposed to be in the country in the first place?
I understand. So I'm just trying to point out, is that a valid criteria? The Attorney General Ellison was talking about, well, if as long as this person's been convicted of a crime, that's not required, is it?
No, sir.
The person's here illegally. There's a warrant from a different country as well as from state of Connecticut. With this individual, what did Minnesota not do? What was requested in Minnesota or Hennepin County or whichever?
So the Minneapolis Police Department and the St. Paul Police Department, they're by city orders, they don't cooperate with us. So for instance, we asked them to hold a perimeter or hold a street. That's why we need more officer agents. We would have to go ahead and hold down that city block. Unfortunately, obviously, those vehicles do stick out. Obviously, we used, based on the subject's criminal history, we used an armored vehicle. Once that's seen, agitators started coming to the scene. So now while we're trying to effectuate a criminal arrest warrant in an apartment building, small stairwell, fatal funnel, we have to go ahead and hold down the outer perimeter, where if we had the cooperation of a state or local agency to work with us on that fact, we wouldn't have to have that many officers.
Why weren't the state and local officials interested in arresting this individual with the multiple warrants on them? Just because it was an illegal immigrant?
Because it involved an ICE operation, sir.
So any other, if it's an American citizens with that kind of warrant from Connecticut, local police would have been doing this job themselves?
I can't speak for him, but I would assume so, sir. I was a civilian police. I was a cop before ICE, and that's what we did. So
talk about the violence, the threats, the doxing against ICE officers. Because again, that's where I've got a great deal of sympathy for people trying to enforce the law. They've been shot at. They've had their vehicles rammed, rocks thrown at their vehicles, doxed. On Central America, I found out that if you're become new police chief, you get a DVD from the friendly drug cartels with your children and wife going into school and going to church. It's an explicit threat, hands off, or we're going to do something. Well, there's such a demand for unmasking ICE officers, but they've been doxxed. So just talk about the violence, the threats, the doxing that your law enforcement officers are really under.
So, sir, it's day to day. I was the field office director for the state of New England. I covered all of New England. And if you looked at the beginning of the operations, January 20th up until April, ICE officers and agents weren't masked. But it's bad. And I'll just use myself as an example. The week that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, there was a tweet that went out. It said, kill Charlie Kirk, kill another, there was another individual in that, kill Todd Lyons. That's the stuff that I see. Yesterday after the testimony on Tuesday, I went back to numerous death threats against my family. There was a videotape of my wife walking to work that people actively post. The cartels have actually posted the schematics to my home. ICE agents feel that every day. We actually did an operation with the Secret Service where we identified doxers who put up on telephone poles the home addresses and the schools where ICE officers and agents went to. But yet no one covered that operation. We covered that as a success. And I don't want my officers masked. I would work with this committee and any committee to work with holding individuals accountable that dox ICE agents, because ICE agents don't want to be masked. They're honorable men and women, but the threats against their family are real.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Peters.
So we just watched on the video of previously American citizens that were basically being manhandled and pushed and hit and beaten with canisters. We didn't see on the video, but 95% of them, or 90+% of Americans who have seen that video, also shot, Alex Preddy shot 10 times while laying face down in the back by law enforcement officers. And we also know he was basically just holding a phone, being manhandled and shot 10 times. So I just want to confirm with you, filming federal officers on a public street is not illegal, is it, Mr. Scott, Mr. Lyons?
Correct.
No, sir.
He did not, at least looking at the video, all of us who've watched the video, he did not attempt to harm law enforcement. No appearance of that. Is that correct?
I don't know what happened once he was on the ground, sir.
When he was laying face down with several people
With the
on top
weapon
of
in
him?
his waistband initially. And I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just saying I can't jump to that conclusion because I don't know what happened on the ground. That's why there's an investigation still ongoing. Standing up, I would agree with what you just said.
Okay, so when he's on the ground with a bunch of officers on top of him after he's been hit with a canister, he was somehow still possibly harmed to law enforcement, you're saying? It's possible?
That's happened thousands of times, yes. And
Okay. Mr. Lyons, really? You saw him that as a possible threat?
Sir, from the, that wasn't an ICE operation, that was a CBP operation.
I get it, but you're a highly trained professional.
Yes, sir. No, obviously, there's not enough evidence to speak to, but that's the best thing about this is the fact that I can speak for ICE, Office of Professional Responsibility, as well as CBPs, that they're the same, that we have to have a full investigation, and it has to come out.
okay.
We have to base that training on that.
So you have to have a full investigation. What everybody saw in the video, there might be some extenuating circumstances. We just don't know, but the video is very clear. And yet we had the Trump administration claim that he was attempting to inflict mass casualties. You're gonna have to explain how you had that come to that, how the Trump administration came to that conclusion when you can't even come to the conclusion that he may have been resisting when he was laying flat on his back with being beaten. How did they come to the fact that he was going to have those mass casualties? And then, quote, Secretary Noem said he was committing, quote, an act of domestic terrorism. What you saw in the video, is that what you train your officers? Someone laying on the ground, that's an act of domestic terrorism? Commissioner Scott and Acting Lyons, did you provide Secretary Noem with an assessment of what Mr. Preddy was engaged in and that he was engaged in domestic terrorism? Is that why she said that? Is because you told her? That was your belief at that time? Even though you need an awful lot of investigation now to know exactly what happened. Are you the ones that told her that?
no, sir.
No, sir.
Did anyone who reports to either of you provide this assessment to Secretary Noem that this was mass casualty, or he was attempting to inflict mass casualties and domestic terrorism? Did someone in your staff tell her that?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
No,
So
sir.
why would Secretary Noem, why would she tell the public that this was an act of domestic terrorism when right in the heat of the moment? How would she possibly come to that kind of conclusion to tell the American public that when they're watching this video?
I can't speculate on what someone else would say or why, sir.
Mr. Lyons?
Sir, I can't speculate to what the secretary thought at that time, sir.
So it seems to me a really big question, which means that we have to have Secretary Noem here. She deserves it to the American people deserve to have the secretary, the person who is responsible to, you are responsible to, and all the men and women ICE answer to her. She needs to be before this committee. She ducks coming out in public and talking and hasn't accepted prior invitations to come to this committee. I would hope the chairman would invite her because this is an important question. How could you come to those conclusions, those narratives, before any evidence was there, even after all that's happened since then? You two are telling me you don't have enough evidence, even though it looks so clear on the video. It should have looked really clear to her if she looked at the video, if she had it that close. A lot of this got posted pretty quickly. How she came to those conclusions, I don't expect you to know that. You didn't provide any information to her, which makes me question it even more. If she got no information from you in the chain of command, how would you come up with that kind of narrative if the chain of command wasn't doing it? Acting Director Lyons, we have all seen multiple instances of DHS personnel jumping out of unmarked cars. They will have weapons drawn. They're wearing masks. They don't have clear identification. And this, of course, immediately will escalate an encounter with the public. There's no way around it that's not escalatory when you see that coming at you. Often these masked individuals are only wearing a sign on their vest that just says police. This is the type of vest that can be easily purchased by anyone and used to basically impersonate an officer. In fact, last year, this administration, the Trump administration's FBI released a bulletin entitled, and I'm going to put this in the record without objection, Mr. Chairman, "Criminal Actors Impersonate ICE Agents to Commit Violent Crime." Are you aware of this bulletin put out by the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
So I'll put this in the record if I may, Mr. Chairman. So given this, the FBI is warning people that criminals are impersonating immigration officers. My question to you is, how can you expect any U.S. citizen to follow orders from an unidentified masked man surrounding them, given we know there are these impersonators out there that are, according to the FBI, committing a lot of crime because they're terrified. They don't know what's going on. They don't know who these people are, or they falsely believe they're a federal agent, and they aren't. They're a violent criminal. So, I mean, these tactics are causing fear. They're chaos in our communities. It's why we need, I think, to have common sense reforms to rein in these practices. So what we're advocating is that the men and women who are federal agents just follow the same rules that our local police follow. Our local police are highly professional. I have the greatest respect for them. They do amazing work and put their life in harm's way regularly, but they have a set of rules that they have to follow. And that's not happening with what we're seeing with with agencies related to the federal government. So I think we should have a legitimate discussion about that safety and reasonable practices going forward. And I would hope that you would support that. Just in general, do you think that you should follow the same rules of those followed by local police in our communities? Is that reasonable, Mr. Scott?
I believe you're talking about uniform standards. In CBP, we do. You have to have a name tag. It has to be clearly identified. There are times we've made exceptions on the name tag, and we used a different identifier, but it was an individual identifier so people knew who they were. And all of our agents and officers have to carry their credentials with them and their real badge with them.
So all across the board, there are a wide range. We put together a proposal of a wide range of practices that have been adopted by police organizations all across the United States of America. Would you feel comfortable abiding by the same kind of regulations and guidelines that local police follow on a whole host of issues?
I would look at those. I believe that very different law enforcement organizations have different considerations, but the general concepts, yes, and I think we do currently follow.
Mr. Lyons?
Yes, sir, I'm open to that, but one thing I'm also open to too, sir, is looking for the help from this committee and other elected officials, not only to help us bring down the rhetoric, but help us to hold those people accountable that are threatening ICE officers and agents. I think to dispel the fear of the men and women of ICE, that'd be huge. That would be a real step going.
As we've looked at the complaints, and Senator Peters has brought this up, one of the things from a lot of the different videos that are out there is the complaint that the officers are quick on the draw. Basically, they're drawing weapons. I know there are rules for the police drawing weapons. A lot of times I've been told you don't draw it unless you're planning on using it or unless there really is an imminent threat. There's some subjective nature to figuring that out. But, you know, there was one video of a woman, you don't have to come out of the specifics, but, you know, in a hypothetical, woman has come to a stop. She has not brandished a weapon. Her car is stopped. The ICE agents get out, all guns drawn. That to me doesn't seem like it would be consistent with your policy. What is the policy on when you draw your weapon? Each of you, Mr. Scott first.
Within CBP, when the officer feels there's a threat, but in this specific, like the scenario you outlined, and not that specific, but with the vehicle can and is often used as a weapon. When we train to do felony stops, basically the officers, when they stop that vehicle, they're trained to have their weapons out and ready because they're stopping a felony. So it's not that simple that you have to wait until you see a weapon. Sometimes it's literally that officer presence to keep the situation under control. But the weapon's only supposed to be pulled when the agents believe that it is required to affect that law enforcement action.
In this instance, I don't think it was a person that was targeted. I think it was a person they might have had some suspicion of. It wasn't a person that was targeted. The problem is that nobody really looks at this, particularly this one instance, and thinks the police would do it that way. When police make traffic stops, they avoid the car, they come from behind the car, they'll often have their hand on their weapon, but you almost never see a policeman with a gun drawn on a traffic stop or any kind of stop unless they've either seen a weapon or they really are in fear of their life. I think, and this is just my opinion, you have to look at what your rules are for drawing weapons, because it appears to me they're not using the same standard as the police.
Sir, I could just speak to my experience. I've done thousands of traffic stops. Like I said, I was a 10-year city police officer prior to coming to ICE. And obviously, our training, we do fall back on the two main Supreme Court decisions, Tennessee versus Gardner, for one. And, we can't speak to the totality of the circumstances, especially in the case where we don't know exactly what it is. We can't go to that officer's mindset. So each one is separate. But if you look at the use of force, curriculum in the pyramid, officer presence is include one of those things. So to your point, sir, I've done it many times myself, felony traffic stop. In the case of ICE, oftentimes we do know it's a felon or wanted felon that we're going after. The firearm may be drawn. But again, each case is.
I think it does make a difference whether you're stopping a target who's a felon stop versus stopping a random person. In the instance that was displayed recently in the news, I don't believe it was a felony stop. I don't even believe it was a targeted stop.
No, sir, that's what I meant, to your point.
This, I think, probably was somebody filming that was annoying them or pestering them, and then they went and they followed the person and stopped them. And I think the weapons being drawn was inappropriate, but I would suggest that you need to look at these and you need to look at the policy, because I don't think they're living up to the same standard of the police. I think the police, frankly, are better trained, which is the other complaint that people have had. Have we rushed some of the people into the job, and have we not had adequate training? Senator Langford.
Chairman, thank you. And if you'd pass on a thank you to the men and women that literally put their lives on the line for the sake of the country every single day, I'd appreciate it. Because we hear story after story of death threats on ICE agents, on CBP folks that are being randomly attacked, of vehicles being rammed into their vehicles, of rocks being thrown at them, of threats that they have against their life and against their children. We hear it frequently, and it's not just random. The ICE facility in Dallas, where somebody just got up on a rooftop and started just open firing into a facility, killing two people not legally present in the country, but certainly we're targeting just a random ICE agent in the process. The very real threats that they face every day has got to wear on them. So if you'd pass on our gratitude to the folks that are putting their lives on the line every day and facing those kind of threats for the nation, a lot of folks are not willing to be able to do that. So please say thanks to them.
Yes, sir.
I would also say thank you as well. 2 years ago, we had 10,000 people a day illegally crossing into the country 2 years ago. 10,000 people a day, not vetted, we had no idea who they were. 70,000 people were estimated by the Biden administration to come in 2024 that were special interest aliens that had a locational connection to terrorism, but we had no idea who they were. They were allowed to be able to come into the country 2 years ago. The work that the men and women that work around you have done have stopped that chaos. Now we're discussing serious and tragic incidents, but I think we're losing perspective of really what's happened. And the amazing thing to me is, in the next 48 hours, we're arguing whether we're going to cut off funding and defund ICE and defund CBP and defund USCIS. And also, my Democratic colleagues are demanding to defund all of DHS, including Coast Guard, Secret Service, FEMA, CISA that handles our cybersecurity, all of them just be defunded because they're angry about this incident that is under investigation with multiple entities to be able to go through the investigation. So the frustration that I have is, I understand these are hard issues that we should spend time talking about. because they're tragic and awful, but also thankfully rare. There are thousands of arrests that are happening in a day that are happening by the book. And what's happening is a group of protesters that are protesting and agitating, and some of them running into churches and disturbing church services and saying it's my First Amendment right to shut down your church during a service, and saying they're a peaceful protester while they throw rocks at agents. It just gets old, I'm sure, for a lot of those agents that are trying to do their job, because the few incidents, and they are few, thankfully, get highlighted, and the thousands of arrests and the 70% of the arrests that have been picked up that are criminal aliens that are being removed from our country, very few people are stopping to be able to say thanks to. So I just want to make it clear what's actually happening. So I do want to drill down on a couple of things. This issue came up about final order of removal. What percentage of folks that actually have a detainer put on them nationwide or that are in removal processes have a final order of removal? Does anyone know that number, that percentage?
No, sir, not the percentage. I can give you what we're tracking right now is about 1.6 million final orders in the United States, with approximately 800,000 of those having criminal convictions.
Correct. Of those folks, there's this debate against the final order of removal and whether they should be honored in detainers in states like Minnesota, or what that actually looks like. As my colleague, Senator Johnson, was saying, the Attorney General kept saying, well, if they're convicted, then I'm going to honor it, but then came back later and said if there's a final order of removal. It's my understanding that the vast majority of these folks that are being removed have a final order of removal on them already through a court.
Yes, sir, through an immigration judge with the Department of Justice, separate from Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
So I do want to talk about the Minnesota whole tragic incident and where we are on things. There have been operations in Memphis and in New Orleans and in North Carolina and multiple other places where there weren't incidents like this. Was there a difference in how command and control was actually done in Minnesota that was different in other locations, or how was command and control actually handled in Minnesota?
Sir, command and control started with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Obviously, we've always been in the state of Minnesota, like all 50 states and territories. We always have offices. We were there, which we like to really point out the fact that we were there for the fraud case originally. The immigration piece did come into. Right now, there's 16,840 final orders at large in the state of Minnesota, which the officers and agents were there for. The one problem I have to point out different than, and it was brought up earlier, is the fact that, ICE agents, special agents, deportations officer, due respect, First Amendment right of anybody. Myself, I've had people protest, yell. That's just part of the business. The issue we were dealing with there is when we had organized groups, and I just was looking at, again, one of the flyers that was put out, when it said how to impede ICE operations and arrest. And it told white people to put their body between the criminal alien and the officer. Speaking from experience, prior law enforcement officer, if I was on the side, say at I-4 traffic stop when I was in Florida, and someone came up to me while I was arresting someone for being a habitual traffic offender, which is a civil violation, and someone gets between me, I'm going to arrest them.
Right.
People were actively told to go out there and impede, impede, to help the people we were arresting escape and ram vehicles. That's the complete difference which led to the escalation.
Okay. When we, I do want to talk a little bit about other things that are going on here, if I can have just a moment on this. Mr. Scott, tell me a little bit about, we've allocated $170 billion, which is a big dollar amount. Part of that's going to border wall, into what we deem to be better security long-term at our southern border and at our northern border. We can talk about that at a different time. What is happening right now with construction on the southern border? Those dollars have been allocated. We don't have a report yet what's actually going on.
Thank you. Yeah, we're building the new smart border wall at a record pace. There's about 35.9 miles of actual barrier that we've installed just since January. That's a combination of waterborne and the actual border wall, but there's 30 miles of new actual border wall. About 2 miles a week are currently being built. That will be ramped up dramatically as many of these contracts come on board. But I do want to take a minute to highlight, no matter what we do on the southwest border, we've learned if there's not a consequence once you get past us, the flow will never stop. So a big reason the flow slowed down is because we're actually arresting illegal aliens inside the United States and sending a message globally that we're not going to tolerate this anymore. That's why CBP that supports the interior operations to the maximum extent we possibly can. This all works together. We're also rolling out technology. It's not just the border wall. It's a smart system, new aircraft coming on. And as you know, we're hiring more agents and officers and making sure that they're trained to the highest professional standards available.
Great, thank you.
Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to our witnesses. Just a brief note, even if the current funding bill stalls or is not passed that would fund the Department of Homeland Security, the department has an extraordinary amount of money at its disposal right now because it was funded during the big tax bill that my Republican colleagues passed last summer. So I just want the American people to be clear about that. Mr. Lyons, DHS officers have killed 2 American citizens in Minnesota this year. What were their names?
Whose names, ma'am? Sorry.
The 2 American citizens who were killed by ICE DHS officers in Minnesota, what were their names?
Renee Good and Alex Preddy.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say their names out loud, because so far this morning, as well as in 3 hours of testimony on Tuesday before a House committee, you failed to say their names a single time. Why?
Ma'am, I didn't neglect their names. I was answering the question. And ma'am, to your point, I did give my condolences to the family and requested to meet them personally to give my condolences on behalf of the officers and agents involved.
Well, Renee Good and Alex Preddy were human beings, and they're dead. Before they died, they had families and friends who loved them and were loved by. And it seems to me that too many at ICE have lost sight of the fact that they are interacting with real people, not nameless, faceless numbers or political targets. When we dehumanize our fellow human beings, that's when these kinds of tragedies happen. Now, Mr. Lyons, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
Ma'am, while that investigation's ongoing, to my knowledge, no.
So to your knowledge, no.
With the information, I can't speak to it because it's an ongoing investigation, and we will make everything transparent, which I've already committed to at the last hearing. But
so in your testimony on Tuesday, you said that you don't want to comment on these ongoing investigations because you don't want to, quote, impede or, quote, bias the investigation. Is that what you said? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So Secretary Noem and Stephen Miller have called Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists. So did Secretary Noem and Stephen Miller's comments impede or bias the investigations?
Ma'am, I don't want to comment on what comments they made. That's their comments. But again, I don't want to put my finger on the scales of the investigation.
Well, I understand you don't speak for them, and I'm not asking you to. I'm asking whether having the Secretary of Homeland Security and the President's Homeland Security Advisor call the subjects of an ongoing investigation domestic terrorists, whether their doing that impedes or biases those investigations.
Ma'am, again, thank you for saying that I don't represent them. I just think I can't speak to that.
But you don't speak for them.
Because I don't know what information was presented to them at that time. So again, I don't want to.
Look, your testimony doesn't make any sense. If it would impede or bias the investigations for you to say, right now, when you know a lot more than we did right after the shootings, whether Renee Good or Alex Preddy were domestic terrorists, if you saying that today would impede or bias the investigations, then why wouldn't it impede or bias the
That was U.S. CIS Director, CBP Commissioner, and Acting ICE Director testifying on Capitol Hill on ICE operations in Minnesota and around the country. We may go back there later this afternoon. We're going to take a quick break, but if you have any feedback on the show, maybe you'd like to see us cover something in particular, send us an email, news.today@ntd.com. We'd love to hear from you. For round-the-clock original news coverage, watch us live at ntd.com/live or download our NTD app. I'm Paul Greeny. Thanks for watching.
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
So there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
And thanks for watching NTD News Today. Here are today's top stories. Border Czar Tom Homan says ICE operations are ending in Minnesota. Find out what led to the drawdown. Investigators are combing the Arizona desert looking for clues in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, where the investigation stands right now. A federal judge denies a BBC request to pause discovery in President Trump's $10 billion lawsuit. Trump has accused Britain's publicly owned broadcaster of defaming him. The House passes the Save America Act, what the bill aims to do to secure elections as it moves now to the Senate. An Ukrainian skeleton racer barred from competing in the Olympics. He refused to remove a helmet honoring athletes killed in the war. An IOC spokesperson explains the decision.
This is NTD News Today, live from our global headquarters in New York City.
And today is Thursday, February 12th. I'm Paul Graney. Great to have you here. Border Czar Tom Homan says the immigration enforcement operation in Minnesota is coming to an end. Homan says the success of the operation made that possible.
With that, and success that has been made arresting public safety threats and other priorities since this search operation began, as well as the unprecedented levels of coordination we have obtained from state officials and local law enforcement, I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this surge operation conclude. As a result of this surge operation, we have greatly reduced the number of targets for enforcement action. And many criminal aliens have been arrested and taken off the streets, including murderers, sex offenders, national security threats, gang members, and other violent criminals. Just this week, ICE arrested a criminal alien with criminal convictions for rape, acts with a child under 14 years of age with force, lewd and lascivious acts with a child under 14. ICE also arrested 2 criminal aliens with criminal sexual misconduct convictions, among other violent criminals. In addition to taking public safety threats off the street, ICE, here in this state, have located 3,364 missing unaccompanied alien children. Children that the last administration lost and weren't even looking for. That's because of the leadership of President Trump, these children were located.
ICE launched Operation Metro Surge on December 1st. Federal authorities say the sweeps focused on the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro area have led to the arrest of more than 4,000 people. Homan says that changes have enabled ending the ICE operation and discussed what's coming next.
Several things have changed. First of all, when the agents were out doing operations and the agitators got a hand and posed a public safety threat, not just to the officers but to communities, law enforcement response has been sporadic at best. I think at what you've seen now, what you saw this past weekend, is law enforcement is responding to public safety needs quickly. And people were arrested for violating city ordinances as far as when unlawful assembly and so forth. They've come to assist us to make sure our officers, the person we have in custody, leave that scene safely. A small footprint of personnel will remain for a period of time to close out and transition full command and control back to the field office, as well as to ensure agitator activity continues to decline, and that state and local law enforcement continue to respond to ensure officer and community safety. Additionally, federal government personnel assigned to conduct criminal investigation into the agitators, as well as the personnel assigned here for the fraud investigations, will remain in place until their work is done.
Homan says that nothing has changed on President Trump's promise of mass deportation, saying that's what the country is going to get. But he says that it will continue to be smart law enforcement doing targeted operations. He also addressed improvements made under his watch, including personnel changes, with Homan saying he established a unified chain of command structure, strengthened joint intelligence and targeting capabilities, and deployed body cameras. And now it's been 12 days since 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie disappeared, seemingly without a trace. Now, local law enforcement are working to find her and to identify the armed person seen on Guthrie's doorbell camera. The Pima County Sheriff's Department says more than 4,000 calls have come in that happened within 24 hours of the FBI releasing photos of a potential subject. FBI agents walked among the desert vegetation at Guthrie's Tucson area home yesterday. They also fanned out across a neighborhood about a mile away, knocking on doors and searching through bushes and boulders. Authorities say that several hundred detectives and agents are now assigned to the case, with the investigation continuing to expand in the surrounding area. Here's what we've learned so far.
Children of 84-year-old grandmother Nancy Guthrie are desperately holding on to hope for her return. Today's show anchor Savannah Guthrie posting on social media urging people to look at this doorbell camera video and to call the sheriff's office or FBI with information. FBI agents are tediously searching the area near Guthrie's home to find anything left behind by that person.
The idea that he's out there, he has to be asking himself now, well, what did I do with all that stuff?
The New York Post is reporting investigators have seemingly recovered a black glove in the area, but it's not clear if authorities believe it's the same glove worn by the person seen in the doorbell camera footage. Experts say those videos and pictures are being scrutinized.
That jacket that subject is wearing could be red, it could be blue, it could be white. But because of the IR effects on clothing or organic materials, it changes color.
Meanwhile, the man who was detained and questioned by authorities over the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie is speaking out.
Just hear my name. That's all I want.
He was released after several hours, and authorities did not file charges. Despite this movement in the case, the Pima County Sheriff's Office is not holding any press conferences or offering interviews for now.
When you've also done something very high profile and public that hasn't panned out, you really don't want to have to answer questions about it.
And now this just in, NBC Today host Savannah Guthrie posted a video of her mother Nancy to Instagram this morning. Savannah Guthrie wrote next to the video, "Our lovely mom, we will never give up on her. Thank you for your prayers and hope." Now, the video comes after investigators set up a white tent outside the front entryway of her mother's home, but the tent was taken down a short while after it was set up. Authorities made no statement about what the tent was for. And now President Trump has confirmed to the Epoch Times that the Pentagon is preparing a second aircraft carrier to deploy to the Middle East. Last night, the Wall Street Journal reported that an order could be issued within a matter of hours, cited U.S. officials. The president has recently warned of a big armada heading toward Iran. It comes after the Iranian regime killed protesters and refused to withdraw its nuclear program. Trump meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House yesterday to discuss possibly attacking Iran. After that meeting, Trump said making a deal with Iran would be a preference. And now 2 U.S. Navy ships colliding yesterday during a replenishment at sea. The U.S. Southern Command telling NTD that 2 personnel reported minor injuries but are in stable condition. The collision involved the guided missile destroyer USS Truxtun and a supply class fast combat support ship. The Southern Command's areas of responsibility include Central and South America and the Caribbean. Officials not specifying where the collision occurred, but both ships have reported sailing safely. The incident is currently under investigation. And now a federal judge has denied the BBC's request to halt discovery in President Trump's $10 billion lawsuit. Trump is suing the British broadcaster for splicing parts of his speech, making it appear he directed supporters to storm the Capitol back in 2021. U.S. District Judge Roy Altman denied the BBC's application to stay the discovery phase. The process allows both sides to obtain evidence from other parties in a lawsuit. Altman ruled that the BBC's application was premature. In a separate order, the judge set a 2-week trial date for February 2027, with the president accusing Britain's publicly owned broadcaster of defaming him after its report omitted a lengthy section in which President Trump called for peaceful protest. The BBC is arguing that Trump can't prove damages because he was re-elected after the story was aired. And now coming up, critical minerals are critical to America's national security. We speak to a company that's bringing the entire graphite supply chain back to the United States. It's also hoping to keep 1,000 jobs while it doesn't. And the Trump administration says it's limiting small business loans to U.S. citizens and U.S. nationals. The new rule takes effect next month. We have that and more after the break.
What has lasted 5,000 years was once almost lost. Now, the world awaits the divine culture's return. See it at least once in your lifetime. Shen Yun returns to David Koch Theater, March 25th through April 12th. Get your tickets now at shenyun.com.
I can't get a hold of my mom.
I'm sure it's nothing.
I've called her 5 times.
I'm sure she's fine.
Is Grandma okay? Help! I've fallen and I can't get up.
Don't worry, ma'am. We're sending help right now.
Hello?
Hello, this is Life Alert. Your mother had an emergency, and we dispatched paramedics to her home.
Oh my gosh, what happened?
She had a fall, but don't worry. She is safe, and the paramedics are helping her right now.
Thank you.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes. With one simple touch of a button, Life Alert sends help immediately. Whether it's to report a fall, a medical emergency, or an intruder, Life Alert sends first responders fast.
For a free brochure, call 800-382-9846. 800-382-9846. That's 800-382-9846.
Did you know that the Presidential Savings Event is going on now at Mathis Home? Hundreds of items have been marked down, like this oversized downfill sofa for just $9.99. It's a great combination of scale, comfort, and value. And like many of the sofas here, it's customizable. Choose from hundreds of fabric options and pay the same low price. There's also many different configurations to choose from. Come see why we're your furniture leader during the Presidential Savings Event at Mathis Home.
Welcome back. I'm Paul Graney. Coal is back in the spotlight. President Trump has signed an executive order directing the military to purchase electricity generated from coal-fired power plants. NTD's Daniel Monahan has more on the move and some major developments at the Environmental Protection Agency.
President Trump discussing the order at the Champion of Coal event.
We're going to be buying a lot of coal through the military now, and it's going to be less expensive and actually much more effective than what we have been using for many, many years.
War Secretary Pete Hegseth and Energy Secretary Chris Wright are instructed to approve long-term power purchase agreements for defense facilities and other sites deemed mission critical. The White House says coal-fired electricity is being prioritized to enhance grid reliability, prevent blackouts, strengthen on-site fuel security, and support defense and intelligence operations. Officials also raised concerns about the consistency of solar and wind power during extreme weather events and potential risks to national defense. Trump pointed to coal's performance during periods of high demand.
When large parts of our country were hit with winter storms, it was coal that kept the power on, and it was coal that never was bothered by cold weather, warm weather. It's never bothered by anything, just keeps on chugging, right?
The president criticized prior administrations for focusing on wind and other energy sources while minimizing the coal industry.
Biden and the radical left wanted to abolish coal. They did everything they could, everything possible. But on day one of this administration, I ended the war on coal. We terminated the Green New Scam, and we withdrew from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord.
Trump says his administration has lifted regulations and supported coal miners, adding that dozens of coal plants were saved under revised policies. He also ordered the Energy Department to fund operations with $175 million in upgrades in Kentucky, North Carolina, Ohio, Virginia, and West Virginia. One coal miner took the stage to thank Trump for his efforts.
The common sense policies to keep coal plants running, implemented by this administration, mean that my husband and I can keep working, stay where we are, and continue raising our son in our community that we call home.
Blackford thanked Trump for keeping utility prices affordable, the lights on, and their jobs alive.
We are real people under these hard hats. On behalf of America's coal miners, thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing the value of coal and the value of the people who power this industry every day.
The president was also presented with a trophy from coal miners.
The trophy says the undisputed champion of beautiful clean coal. Thank you, sir.
Meanwhile, Trump today will move to overturn the Environmental Protection Agency's endangerment finding. That's the legal basis for many federal greenhouse gas regulations, first established during the Obama administration. The finding determined that emissions from fossil fuels could be regulated under the Clean Air Act. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin is calling the move the biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history. Daniel Monahan, NTD News.
And now, Graphite One is an American company on a mission to create an entirely U.S.-based graphite supply chain. It says relying on China for critical minerals is just too dangerous. Graphite has both commercial and military uses, and the company says it will mine the material in Alaska and process it in Ohio. It says it's getting help at the federal, state, and local levels to make it happen as quickly as possible. With us now is company CEO Anthony Houston. Anthony, great to see you. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a real pleasure.
Anthony, you founded this company, I believe, way back in 2012, long before the pandemic showed us just how risky it was to rely on China for pretty much anything important. Why did you feel so strongly about starting this U.S.-based graphite supply chain?
Well, you know, it started back in about 2010, and I started watching what Elon Musk was doing with Tesla and started doing a little research. I'm an entrepreneur and realized very quickly that the U.S. had some incredible assets that they were not using. And one of them was this graphite asset in Alaska. In fact, this asset was used in World War II to help in the war effort for steel. And what's very interesting, it's just sat dormant this entire time. It was an amazing family that had it for the last 100 years. And at the end of the day, I understood very quickly, after doing a lot of research over several years actually, that the U.S. really needed to bring this asset into production. Because like you just commented, for the last 30 years, the United States has relied 100% on China for all of its graphite. And like you said, graphite's used not just in laptops and smartphones and EVs, but in major defense systems from drones to hypersonic missiles. And none of it works without graphite.
It's incredible. It seems every day there's a new news story about critical minerals, and you predict you'll need to fill about 1,000 jobs. It's pretty significant. What areas do you think they'll be in?
They'll be scattered upon between Alaska and Ohio and a couple of other states that we're looking at right now to be doing the manufacturing side. The actual asset is in Alaska, and then we'll ship it down into Ohio where we'll do the processing side. And again, 100% of the processing basically is done out of China today.
It's incredible. People say that the rare earths are not that rare, but the processing side of it is incredibly rare. It's almost 100% controlled by China. Like you said, this is so critical for so many things. It's just so risky to have it there. Anthony, one of President Trump's big goals is to bring back American manufacturing and making us self-reliant again. Has the administration made it easier for you to start doing that?
Absolutely. I mean, I praise President Trump and the administration. They've from the deregulation of industry to make G1 success possible. If it wasn't for him and his administration and what they've been doing over the last year, I'm going to tell you right now, the past administration, I'd be out of business. They were not focused on domestic mining. They were focused on friendshoring and making sure everyone else around the United States was doing okay from the mining aspect, but they were not focused internally. And that's something that, I look at it from when you're flying on an airplane and they tell you to put your mask on first, your oxygen mask, and then focus on others. It's what the United States needs to do, and it's what President Trump has been doing. He's focusing on the United States first. And that's where we're going to move forward in a way like we've never moved forward before. Here we have one of the world's largest graphite assets in the entire world, top 3. And we need to bring it into production. And under President Trump, we will.
That's incredible. So is it policy, new policy, Anthony? Is it moral support? Is it logistics? How exactly is the administration helping you?
All of the above. I mean, they're looking at it from the holistic standpoint of, at the end of the day, we are reliant so much on China and Africa. And I mean, China and Africa are there's a lot of similarities. I mean, Africa's, their graphite assets have been basically built up through China. And China basically controls the entire supply chain for graphite. Like we said, from the asset right down to the manufacturing side. And so President Trump and his administration has looked at this, coming out last week with Project Vault, that is going to be very, very interesting for the United States over the next 5 to 10 years. And I think that's something that people are just starting to get their heads around.
What is
and
that,
when you're
Anthony?
looking at assets
what
like
is that
Graphite
Project Vault? Project Vault? What is it?
Project Vault. So President Trump just announced that last week with the XM Bank's CEO, John, and he has done an incredible job as turning around XM Bank to really focus on domestic supply chains. And what that will do is it'll allow OEMs and companies within the United States to not have to rely so much on China. So if there is a war, if the critical minerals explode up or down, they've got the ability to have basically a vault of critical minerals, much like the petroleum reserve that was created back in the 1970s.
Yes. So like a reserve for graphite and other materials?
Correct, for all critical minerals.
Interesting. On the China point, Anthony, on the China point, look, you're a free markets guy, right? You're a business guy, free markets guy, but you also recognize that it's not a level playing field when you're competing with China. Explain, how exactly has the Chinese regime operated in this space to allow it such a stranglehold?
Well, they've done what they always do, and they are able to flood the market whenever they want because they've got more graphite than any other country that's in production. That soon is going to change when the United States allows Graphite 1 to come into production, and we have enough graphite to support the United States graphite for the next 100 years.
Wow.
So this is an asset that is incredible and world-class.
Incredible. That's inspiring. Anthony Houston over there at Graphite 1. Anthony, good luck. We'll have you back on soon.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
And now, a new report from the Jamestown Foundation says that the Chinese Communist Party is linked to thousands of groups operating in democratic countries. Researchers say their goal is to quietly influence politics and public opinion, including here in the United States. NTD's Christina Corona has more.
A new report from the Jamestown Foundation warns that the Chinese Communist Party is using a massive global network to influence politics into democratic countries, including the United States. The report maps more than 2,000 organizations linked to the CCP's United Front Work Department, a system designed to impose the CCP's influence and ideology without using force.
The party uses this system to shape political, social, and economic environments in ways that serve the party's goal, which is becoming the dominant global power and advancing claims such as the annexation of Taiwan.
The report says the organizations often look legitimate, such as cultural groups, business and trade associations, professional societies, schools, and Chinese language media. Researchers say much of the influence effort isn't obvious and isn't illegal activity.
Much of the United Front work happens through informal ties, such as personal relationships, invitation to China, honorary titles, and privileged access.
Though the press conference was held in Canada, the report says the same United Front influence is active in the United States and other democracies. Jamestown fellow Cheryl Yu says this isn't about ethnicity, it's about the CCP's influence operations.
This is not a question of ethnicity, it is a question of state-directed political influence inside a democracy. And protecting targeted communities is part of protecting our democratic institutions.
Jamestown President Peter Mattis says the danger is that these groups can end up speaking for communities.
When we let some of these leaders represent whole communities, we are letting the party take away the voice of our citizens. And they're using the legitimacy of our citizens to put the party's voice and Beijing's perspective into our politics, into our decision-making.
Researchers say recognizing how these networks operate is key to protecting societies from foreign influence. Christina Corona, NTD News.
And now the Trump administration will limit small business loans to U.S. citizens and U.S. nationals beginning next month. Starting March 1st, green card holders and foreign nationals will no longer be eligible for loans from the Small Business Administration, or the SBA. The SBA was established to support entrepreneurship, including counseling, capital, and contracting. Since 1953, it served as the nation's go-to agency for small businesses. Under the new rule, businesses eligible for loans must verify full ownership by U.S. citizens or U.S. nationals. Those owners must primarily live here in America, and a business will be ineligible if it's had a foreign national stakeholder in the 6 months before the application. While the new rule prevents green card holders from receiving SBA loans, it doesn't bar non-citizens from owning businesses or procuring conventional financing from private banks. And now the Department of Transportation has issued a final rule to stop unqualified foreign truckers from driving on U.S. highways. The department says such drivers pose a significant safety threat to the driving public. The new rule only allows certain types of visa holders who undergo advanced vetting to receive a commercial driver's license. Work permits from employers that don't screen for transportation safety will no longer be accepted. The states must now verify applicants' immigration status through a system managed under the Department of Homeland Security. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says, for far too long, America has allowed dangerous foreign drivers to abuse truck licensing systems. 7 people were killed in 2 accidents last year involving illegal immigrant truck drivers. And now a big night on Capitol Hill as the House passes the much-discussed Save America Act. Republicans say the legislation will help secure American elections, but Democrats say it will make voting more difficult. Here's more.
A contentious voting bill is moving through Congress, setting up a partisan fight in the Senate over what voters will need to prove before casting their ballots.
The bill is passed without objection.
The House on Wednesday narrowly approving the Save America Act.
This is a very important night on the House floor. House Republicans tonight stood with the overwhelming majority of Americans who demand secure elections.
The Republican-led legislation would require a documented proof of U.S. citizenship in order to register to vote in federal elections. It would also require voters to furnish photo ID before voting, even when casting mail-in ballots. The vote coming down to the wire, with House members voting 218 to 213 in favor. A single Democrat, Henry Cuellar of Texas, voting with Republicans. Congressman Chip Roy of Texas, the bill's primary sponsor, stressing election integrity has broad support among the population.
It's polling at 80, 85, 90% across the country. It's because it's common sense. The American people want a sovereign nation. They understand that voter ID is common sense to vote. They want only American citizens to vote in American elections, and this legislation does that.
But the SAVE Act has been a point of contention in Congress for some time. In April last year, the Senate refused to take up a version of the same bill. Earlier this week, the House Rules Committee advancing the legislation in its current form, softening the rules on photo ID requirements and including an exception for uniformed service members. The committee's ranking Democrat, Jim McGovern of Massachusetts, arguing before the vote that it's already illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. McGovern frames the bill as a form of voter suppression. He says Republicans' claims of widespread voter fraud don't add up.
Every time these claims are investigated, they disappear like a mirage. So this entire bill is fundamentally predicated on a lie.
The Trump administration, meanwhile, has thrown its weight behind the bill. The White House posting on X, the American elections should be decided by American citizens only. The bill now heads to the Senate, where it's expected to face strong opposition from Democrats.
And a pair of women's rights groups is making waves in California with a pretty eye-catching campaign to raise awareness about men being housed in women's prisons. The statewide billboard truck campaign is calling attention to the upcoming rape trial of a man accused of assaulting 2 women in a female prison he was allowed to transfer into. NTD's Daniel Monahan spoke with the executive director of Women to Women about the campaign.
This week, advocacy groups Women Are Real and Woman to Woman launched a statewide billboard truck campaign across California to raise awareness about men being housed in women's prisons under Law SB 132. SB 132 was authored by State Senator Scott Wiener and signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom. It allows men to be housed in women's prisons if they say they are transgender.
Since there are no requirements within any of the gender self-ID policies, this just allows for anyone, whether they're in transition or not, to transfer. So what this translates to is there's just regular men with beards and tattoos from head to toe. They're walking around women's prisons.
The mobile billboards feature stark messages including women in California prisons raped by male inmates and SB 132, state-sanctioned rape, media silent.
I use this term specifically, state-sanctioned rape, because this is exactly what it is. Our legislators were fully aware. If you have a working brain, you would know that giving people free range to gender self-ID within the carceral system is going to lead to people gaming the system and taking advantage of an opportunity. Why wouldn't they?
Amy Ichikawa is the executive director of Woman to Woman. She knows the correctional system all too well, having spent 5 years in Central California Women's Facility in Chowchilla. These days, women are facing a new threat that wasn't present when she did her time.
In early 2024, I received several phone calls about a couple of rapes that took place within a 24-hour period in this Central California Women's Facility.
The billboard campaign is drawing attention to the upcoming trial of the man accused of those rapes. Tremaine Carroll was transferred to the Chowchilla Women's Correctional Facility after claiming to be transgender after 22 years in a men's prison. The judge in his rape trial ordered the prosecutor to refer to Carroll by she/her pronouns. Ichikawa says many of the men who have transferred into women's prisons are sex offenders.
There's hundreds of people on the waiting list, many of whom are registered sex offenders. 33.8% of the original transfer requests were registered sex offenders.
She says many female prisoners fear for their safety, sleeping in 8-bed dorms with the male inmates.
Well, just knowing the nature of their crimes, their size, the fact that they know above all their feelings will be prioritized over women's safety and well-being.
She says they are also afraid to speak out.
Women just don't want to talk about it anymore because they've seen what happens to the women who have spoken up. They see what happens when you do stand up for yourself or you do file a formal complaint, you get your privileges taken, you lose honor dorm privileges. Some people even lose parole suitability grants.
Ichikawa says the medical aspect is also disturbing.
There's women that have to petition the courts to get basic health care needs while these individuals that are trans-identified are prioritized and no questions asked. Facelifts, nose jobs, cheek and chin implants, Rogaine for, their male pattern baldness.
From 2017 to 2023, the California correction system spent nearly $2.5 million on vaginoplasty and around $600,000 in breast implants, facial feminization, and laser hair removal. SB 132 is called the Transgender Respect Agency and Dignity Act. The legislation is described by its creators as allowing incarcerated transgender, non-binary, and intersex people to be housed and searched in a manner consistent with their gender identity. Ichikawa says woman to woman, women are real, and other groups will continue to fight it.
Historically, there hasn't been anyone to defend incarcerated women who are the pawn in this game that the powers and principalities are playing. But we're not going to stop. Women are reals, woman to woman. We're not going to stop.
The truck campaign opposing it has traveled through San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Sacramento. A truck will also travel to Central California Women's Facility on Friday. Daniel Monahan, NTD News.
And coming up, NATO defense ministers are meeting in Brussels as Secretary General Mark Rutte announces a new Arctic security effort, and a massive sinkhole on a busy road in Shanghai. What might have caused it at a subway construction site?
Is deep-sea fish oil really healthy? Due to pollution in the oceans, most fish contain heavy metal elements and radioactive substances. That's why it's so important to choose a pure source of omega-3. Puritan Green Vegetable Omega-3 is made from purslane and perilla seeds, which are rich in nutrients and minerals. It effectively improves brain power and is beneficial to the heart's health. Puritan Green Vegetable Omega-3. Eat 2 a day and you'll feel brand new.
Food. It fuels our bodies, nourishes our spirits, and brings us together. Because we all need nutritious food to thrive.
Food gives me energy and it also helps me focus.
But not everyone knows where their next meal is coming from. And 1 in 7 people in America face hunger. It's tougher than ever for too many of us. But the simple truth is, ending hunger is possible, and it starts with you. Call or go online to helpfeedingamerica.org and give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, to help families in your community facing hunger. Feeding America works from coast to coast with partner food banks, food pantries, and meal programs. Your monthly gift delivers food where it's needed most, puts fresh food on the table, and helps kids have healthy meals all year round, even when school is out.
You can see the difference with the kids when they're full. Food is everything.
Please call the number on your screen or go online to helpfeedingamerica.org. Give $19 a month. Your first gift can double in impact. And we'll send you this free canvas grocery bag as a reminder of how you're helping to end hunger for good.
When it comes down to it, it's about taking care of your family first and the loved ones that you need to provide for.
Food donations help me tremendously, and I'm very grateful for the food bank.
I have hope.
The simple truth is, ending hunger in America is possible. You can help make it happen. The need is urgent. Call or go online now to helpfeedingamerica.org, and your gift can double in impact.
Restaurant quality pho with no wait. In just 4 minutes, you get bold, authentic Vietnamese flavor with Pholicious. Available in beef or chicken. Crafted from real beef tallow or chicken, it's comforting and full of tradition. Just add your favorite fresh extras. Every bowl comes packed with everything you need for the ultimate pho experience and ready in minutes. Bring the bold, authentic flavors of Vietnam straight to your home. Pholicious is now available at Walmart or walmart.com.
I'm Paul Graney. This is World Watch. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte opening a meeting today of NATO defense ministers in Brussels. He's emphasizing continued support for Ukraine, increased defense spending, and the upcoming launch of Arctic Sentry.
NATO is always on duty to deter and defend. This is why we have just launched Arctic Sentry, giving Russia's increased military activity and China's growing interest in the High North. We will also discuss our continued support for Ukraine. As the United States continues to drive efforts to bring the war to a just and lasting end.
Arctic Sentry is the European response to U.S. security concerns in the high north. It aims to counter Russian and Chinese activities or influence in the region. Drills that are already underway, like those run by Denmark and Norway, will be brought under the NATO umbrella. Rutte also noted that he's seen a significant increase in allies' defense spending, with the Secretary of General saying that allies will discuss enhancing deterrence and defense postures, including integrated air and missile defense. And now, WhatsApp has been completely blocked in Russia, the Kremlin saying today that the messenger app failed to comply with local law, suggesting that Russians turn to a state-backed national messenger instead. Critics say the national messenger app Max is a surveillance tool, which authorities deny. The move against WhatsApp is the culmination of a 6-month-long pressure campaign on the company. It reflects a wider push by Russian authorities to have foreign-owned tech companies submit to local laws or just disappear. WhatsApp reacted to the ban, calling it a backward step. And now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel has joined President Trump's Board of Peace. The announcement coming yesterday during Netanyahu's visit to Washington, with the United Nations Security Council authorizing Trump's Board of Peace last year after a fragile ceasefire began in Gaza. Under Trump's Gaza plan, the board was meant to supervise Gaza's temporary governance. Trump later said the board, with him as the chair, would be expanded to tackle global conflicts, with the board holding its first meeting next week in Washington to discuss Gaza's reconstruction. And now, a Ukrainian athlete barred from competing in the Olympics today. The skeleton racer refusing a last-minute plea from the International Olympic Committee. He's told not to wear a helmet that honors more than 20 athletes and coaches killed in the war.
Ukrainian skeleton athlete Vladislav Heraskevich was disqualified from the Winter Olympics after he pushed to wear a helmet honouring athletes killed in the war with Russia. The International Olympic Committee announced the decision after a meeting with Heraskevich early Thursday morning. It had said the helmet of remembrance, depicting 24 dead athletes, violated rules on political statements at the Games. Heraskevich was barred and stripped of his accreditation minutes before competition was due to start at the sliding venue. His team said they would appeal at the Court of Arbitration for Sport. The IOC offered for him to instead show the helmet before and after the race and wear a black band while competing. But Heraskevich said prior to the decision that he would not waver and, quote, betray the fallen athletes.
I think and truly believe that we are here today. We are able to enjoy sport and enjoy Olympics. It's also because of their sacrifice. And I believe they deserve to be here today with me, and also they deserve to be with me in a competition day.
Country President Volodymyr Zelensky showed his support for Heraskevich on X, thanking him for, quote, reminding the world of the price of our struggle. The decision sparked anger amongst Ukrainians at the Games.
It's absolutely unfair. This is reality. This is really happening. It's not a joke. It's not made up. It's real.
Back home in Kyiv, Irina Potts, the artist behind the helmet, said more than 100 athletes have been killed in the war.
That is why I definitely took on this work, to remind the world that we had athletes who could have been standing on the podium there today. Perhaps they could even have won medal, but they are no longer with us.
We dearly wanted him to compete.
Spokesperson Mark Adams says the rules were always clear.
We were happy to provide him with a number of occasions to express his grief. Athletes themselves have asked for a safe space to compete, and this is what we have done.
Speaking earlier in the week, Heraskevich argued that the IOC rule doesn't apply in this case. He said he believed the rule was about harassment, but instead he wanted merely to pay tribute to former members of the Olympic family.
And now, a massive sinkhole has appeared on a busy road in Shanghai. It's above a subway construction site. Nearby buildings and construction materials have been swallowed into the sinkhole, which is estimated to be about 65 feet wide and 15 feet deep. Now, due to a ruptured underground pipe, some debris is floating in water, with the site located in a densely populated business area just minutes by car from Shanghai's international airport. The incident has caused heavy traffic in the surrounding commercial area, but no injuries have been reported so far. Authorities say that a day before the collapse, a groundwater leakage was detected at the subway construction site. They're suspecting that the leakage caused the sinkhole. It's incredible. And now, before we wrap up this hour, I'd like to remind you of a slight change to our broadcast schedule. Starting next Monday, February 16th, this show will air from 12 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Stay tuned. And now the USCIS Director, Joseph Edlow, CBP Commissioner Rodney Scott, and Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons are still testifying on ICE operations in Minnesota up there on Capitol Hill. Let's tune in.
Knowing that this is unprofessional conduct that probably created and put the officer and probably the civilian in a situation that ended up escalating to a shooting, that maybe you shouldn't be holding a camera out, trying to be influencer and wielding a weapon at the same time. That is a professional code of conduct. As law enforcement, as military, you would never do that because you know you cannot handle a weapon, assess the situation, and being able to determine to escalate or de-escalate. Did you issue any type of direction after Ms. Good was shot saying that this is not what you should be doing, or we're just accepting that this is going to continue going forward?
No, sir, there was nothing issued because we do hold our individuals accountable. That's my point I wanted to make earlier is that, you know, from January 25 to January 26, ICE has had 37 open investigations for excessive use of force. So we do hold individuals accountable. Out of those, 18 of those were closed, 19 are still pending, and one has been referred for further action.
And so it's a backup. It's not even necessarily just like the, I'm glad you're doing investigations, to be clear. But the fact that there are consistent mishandling of weapons, use of escalation of force that is above what is necessary, and there still hasn't been any command decision and directive about how to actually, fix this, is concerning. Because any other agency, any other law enforcement, any other military agency would have said, do not do this. If, for example, do not be recording with your phone while actually handling a weapon and moving in front of a moving vehicle. That's it. I yield back. Thank you.
Yeah, I think these are good points because in moving forward, things have not been perfect. We're going to do better. You're not holding your gun and holding a camera at the same time sounds like a pretty easy one, that you probably shouldn't do that. I think we went over this earlier, but verbal altercation, people are backing away. I think you both acknowledged that pepper spraying someone backing away was not recommended policy.
How you outlined it, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so I think we have made some progress on some of these things, and but it's important because your agents are watching this too, and then you have to let everybody know sort of what the policies are, and things haven't been perfect, and there needs to be, my goal hasn't been, you may not believe me, but my goal isn't to make it harder for you. My goal is to restore trust in the organization, and I think that's through honest self-assessment. Senator Fetterman.
I am happy to defer to my friend and colleague in Michigan, if you'd like.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What?
You go ahead.
Oh, okay, very good. All right. So this might be a little off topic with some of the questions that have been brought here, but how many billions did the big beautiful bill allow or amount for ICE effectively?
Sir, we're about 75 billion.
Yeah, I mean, AI just called up, says that it's 75 billion, right? Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So now, and I think even, I do believe, everyone here at the chair never voted for the big beautiful bill, correct, Chairman? Okay, all right, so, but now, can we establish now that ICE has plenty of money right now? I mean, effectively, now that vote's gonna come about shutting down DHS, because a lot of people, including myself, would like to see some changes made. But if that vote happens and DHS is now shut down, would that have any meaningful impact on ICE operation? Because they have $75 billion from the big beautiful bill. Is that a statement or not?
It would impact personnel actions, and when I say to that, sir, I mean as far as like pay, retention, our civilian workforce, non-badge gun carriers, it would affect that.
Yeah, so in other words, so if people vote to shut down, what other parts are in DHS? What other things?
Components, sir?
Yeah, no, how many other operations, departments are in DHS? Like Coast Guard?
Coast Guard,
Okay.
FEMA, CBP.
FEMA, okay.
CISA, which
Does
is.
this, like cybersecurity?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's kind of important, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, then that would shut down.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now another one also, TSA.
TSA is under DHS.
That's
yes, sir.
another one. Okay. So if someone votes to shut the DHS down, they are not having any meaningful functional impact on ICE because they have unlimited money effectively for right now, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're going to punish all of these other parts, the very important parts of our government, TSA, Coast Guard, FEMA, and cybersecurity. That's what kind of a statement if we announce to our enemies, like, well, our cybersecurity agency, now we're going to be shut down. If I really want to make a move, that probably makes it better. And then, so is that a accurate statement?
It's a fair assessment, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So now here I am. Here I am, a Democrat, and I think I ran the whole gamut. I met with Secretary Noem, and I've always treated her with respect. I met with her in my office, and I refused, and I never will engage on the kinds of sexist kinds of terms like ICE Barbie from a lot of the left media will use those kind of things. And now I said, hey, I'm a Democrat, then I say, secure our border? Yeah. And deport all of the criminals? Yeah. I think we can agree, we can sign up on that. And then my friend, Katie Britt, came to me and said, we want to bring the Lincoln-Riley bill there. And I'm like, yeah, I was going to be the Democrat to bring that there. And now we the co-sponsor as the Democrat. So I believe that we should have those kinds of appropriate things. And I also was the Democrat that described my party's failure in 2022, 2023, that we are failing on the border. And now we have to, it's not sustainable. So here it brings me to right now where I think we can all hopefully agree that we want to avoid and we have to make some changes to never make sure there's another situation of tragedy in Minneapolis. Because for me, like what's happening in Minneapolis makes the public unsafe, it makes the agents unsafe, and it makes, and I think they've lost the plot if they're focusing on these kinds of theater. We're not focusing on securing our border and deporting and targeting criminals and that. So as a pro-border, pro-deport all the criminals, now like what's the answer now moving forward where if I think the vast majority of Americans signed up for those things, I think. So, can we want to focus more on those two things that I think so.
Sir, I'll go first, and then Commissioner Scott. But I think, to your point, I agree with you, sir. I think the big thing, obviously, is the rhetoric and the temperature. We are completely dedicated to ensuring that we are going out there and enforcing the Immigration Nationality Act, as you and your colleagues have written it, as well as getting the worst of the worst and prioritizing on that. What I think we learned from Minnesota is the fact that people can't be encouraged to go out there and actually get involved in a law enforcement operation that they shouldn't be at. And I'm not saying the impediment of the First Amendment. What we saw is active impeding of law enforcement officers. I think that and actually helping us to hold those that dox ICE agents accountable for the reasons they wear the mask will go so much farther, especially for my workforce, but I think for public safety overall.
Okay, and finally, I have effectively about a minute left, so I just want to reiterate. So within the next 2 hours, DHS is going to be effectively to path to shut down. And I want to remind everybody that ICE has plenty of money, and that vote to shut DHS down will have no functional impact on ICE because they have that $75 million from the big, beautiful bill. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I cede. I return.
All right, Senator Slotkin.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I personally think that Secretary Noem should be here. You want the big job, you have the big accountability, and we should be seeing the Secretary of Homeland Security coming in front of the American people and certainly the Oversight Committee when we have such existential issues about the deployment of federal force in our country going on. But you are here in her place. And I think, you know, if we rewound the tape to a year and a half ago or a year plus ago, you had a lot of Americans who felt very strongly that if you are here illegally, especially if you were involved in any kind of criminal activity, you should be deported, right? You need strong borders. I'm a CIA officer. You need strong borders. We need an immigration policy that allows us to do that, but that enforcement would have been something that the average American supported. But the conduct of ICE in places like Minneapolis has now boomeranged to the point where people say, well, look, I was for enforcement, but I'm not for what looks like authoritarian style, federal goons on our streets. And that's not coming from Democrats. That's coming from, in Michigan, the state of Michigan voted for Donald Trump. You're coming from people who say, look, I'm all for enforcement, but I'm not for trampling basic rights. And Americans have an internal barometer for what looks and smells authoritarian, and whether it's shooting someone who's unarmed or pepper spraying kids or picking people up as they walk into Target and checking their papers, that is an internal barometer that we all have. That you have crossed. And we're here today and all this firestorm is here, not because of people on the ground, but because of your behavior in ICE. And, I think when you extrapolate out and you listen to what the president and his cabinet are saying, I have to ask about our 2026 elections. Okay, the president says we should federalize our elections, even though the US Constitution was written by our founders to give that power to the states so that we would never have a president who took too much power and tried to become a king. He's tried to get voter rolls, including in my state. He's complained that elections aren't free and fair. In 2020, he came up with a playbook to deploy federal law enforcement around polling places. And the White House spokeswoman will not rule that out as of a month and a half ago. So I have to ask Mr. Lyons, do you believe that ICE has the authority to be deployed to U.S. polling places around the country?
So, ma'am, we're civil. Obviously, we do civil enforcement and criminal law enforcement. There's no reason for us to deploy to a polling facility.
So if the President of the United States gets Kristi Noem on the phone and she gets you on the phone and she says, we've heard there's a problem in Georgia or in Michigan or somewhere else, I need you to go and physically deploy around polling locations, you will say no.
There's no reason for us to deploy, ma'am.
Well, then you should say no, right?
Yes, but just point of clarification. Homeland Security investigations, we do investigate voter fraud, which we've made several arrests, most recently a high-profile one in Massachusetts. So just later on.
That's very different than the physical intimidation.
I just didn't want you to say that we don't do anything with voter. I just want you to know we do that.
That's fine. I'm talking about something that I think would be extraordinary in American history, which is uniformed and masked ICE agents encircling polling places. And it's not fantasy, it's not made up. These are things that the president and his cabinet have suggested. They've suggested invoking the Insurrection Act, which would allow active duty military to do the very same thing. So this isn't, someone who thinks the sky is falling. The president and his cabinet are suggesting. So you're going to be the guy standing in the breach.
There's no reason, like I say, ma'am, there's no reason for you to use ICE officers in that.
Great. Well, I hope that in the privacy of that meeting, when that comes down and the president feels like he's going to lose the midterm elections, that you don't buckle. Because I think our democracy literally is dependent on it. Now, coupled with that, you've heard from a number of my colleagues about labeling people as domestic terrorists. What is the definition of a domestic terrorist?
So, ma'am, domestic terrorist is any organization that, on American soil, on home nation soil, that's involved in acts of treason, acts of violence, active extremism against a group or against a country.
Okay, so actually in law, it's defined by the Patriot Act. That's the clearest place we have it. And it has to be tied to criminal activity,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So protesting, even if you don't like it, protesting of ICE agents, unarmed and without destroying property, is that a domestic terrorist?
No, ma'am. I stated under oath earlier that
Okay.
that's covered under the First Amendment right.
Great. So when, again, the president and Stephen Miller and others in the cabinet, including your boss, Kristi Noem, label people like Renee Good domestic terrorists, you understand why we can't trust what you're doing with the information you're collecting on these so-called domestic terrorists. So can you tell us under oath, does the Department of Homeland Security maintain a database of any kind of domestic terrorists? Are you collecting facial recognition information, license plates, locations, addresses, those kinds of information?
No, ma'am, and I testified on the oath on Tuesday as well. I said the same thing. We don't have a database. If there is a case, a criminal case, that may involve some type of domestic terrorist organization, Homeland Security, as you know, Homeland Security investigation is involved across the board and embedded with the Joint Terrorism Task Force. We do conduct those, but there is no database, ma'am, for that.
Okay, or do you contribute data to anyone else's, any other federal agency's database?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so the fact that we have ICE agents saying out loud to people that they're trying to arrest or engage with that we're going to put you into a database is just erroneous. They're making that up.
Yes, ma'am, I can't speak to why that officer said it, but we do not do that.
Well, I would just offer that given that the president put out an executive order in September and said he wants a list of domestic terrorist groups to use the full weight of the federal government to go against, you can imagine that people who are peaceful protesters feel like they are going to be targeted and feel that they are at risk. So I think the conduct of your agency has put us in a position where the average American doesn't know whether to trust law enforcement, and that is terrible and scary, given what law enforcement on the ground in our states do. And I would just say, if we do not have serious reform and change, then you will be contributing to the average American who woke up very supportive of law enforcement, being terrified that they and their community will be next. Yield back.
Thank you. We're almost at an end, and I think we've had a good hearing. I think a lot of knowledge came forward, and I sense at least the idea that you guys want to restore confidence in the agencies, and we'll work on that, and I hope that's true. With regard to the thing I mentioned before, I'm going to mention one more time as we end. The Attorney General says he will cooperate with final orders. You got a bunch of final orders. I would love to see you go for some specific people, that you send a letter to the Minneapolis police and say, will you help us? We need 10 policemen to go round up this guy. And then I'd like to see their response. And you should quote him from the hearing. He said he's for final orders. I think that's different than the policy he's been enforcing. So let's challenge him on that. Those are battles you can win. Those are political battles and public relations battles. Also, if you would send to my office specific times when you've been turned down. You've asked for requests. Everybody says they're not helping. I want to know that you're asking and being turned down. That should be publicized, and we're happy to publicize that. I think there are problems on both sides of the equation here, but the way we make them better is by making sure everybody knows about these things. But I do appreciate your cooperation in coming. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here today. The record for this hearing will remain open until 5 p.m. on Friday, February 13th. 2026 for the submission of statements and questions for the record. The hearing is now adjourned.
And now that was the U.S. CIS Director, the CBP Commissioner, and the acting ICE Director testifying on Capitol Hill. They touched on a lot of things: immigration enforcement, ICE actions in Minnesota, and also ICE operations across the country. Moving on, Border Czar Tom Homan says that the immigration enforcement operation in Minnesota is coming to an end. Homan says the success of the operation made it possible.
With that, and success that has been made arresting public safety threats and other priorities since this search operation began, as well as the unprecedented levels of coordination we have obtained from state officials and local law enforcement, I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this surge operation conclude. As a result of this surge operation, we have greatly reduced the number of targets for enforcement action, and many criminal aliens have been arrested and taken off the streets, including murderers, sex offenders, national security threats, gang members, and other violent criminals. Just this week, ICE arrested a criminal alien with criminal convictions for rape, acts with a child under 14 years of age with force, lewd and lascivious acts with a child under 14. ICE also arrested 2 criminal aliens with criminal sexual misconduct convictions, among other violent criminals. In addition to taking public safety threats off the street, ICE here in this state have located 3,364 missing unaccompanied alien children that the last administration lost and weren't even looking for. That's because of the leadership of President Trump, these children were located.
Now, ICE launched Operation Metro Surge on December 1st. Federal authorities say that the sweeps focused on the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro area have led to the arrest of more than 4,000 people. Homan says that changes have enabled ending the ICE operation. They also discussed what's coming next.
Several things have changed. First of all, when the agents were out doing operations and the agitators got a hand and posed a public safety threat, not just to the officers but to communities, law enforcement response has been sporadic at best. I think at what you've seen now, what you saw this past weekend, is law enforcement is responding to public safety needs quickly. And people were arrested for violating city ordinances as far as when, unlawful assembly and so forth. They've come to assist us to make sure our officers, the person we have in custody, leave that scene safely. A small footprint of personnel will remain for a period of time to close out and transition full command and control back to the field office, as well as to ensure agitator activity continues to decline, and that state and local law enforcement continue to respond to ensure officer and community safety. Additionally, federal government personnel assigned to conduct criminal investigation into the agitators, as well as the personnel assigned here for the fraud investigations, will remain in place until their work is done.
Homan says that nothing has changed on President Trump's promise of mass deportation, saying that's what the country is going to get. But Homan says it will continue to be smart enforcement doing targeted operations. He also addressed improvements made under his watch, including personnel changes. Homan also says he established a unified chain of command structure, strengthened joint intelligence and targeting capabilities, and deployed body cameras. And now it's been 12 days since 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie disappeared, seemingly without a trace. Federal and local law enforcement are now working to find her and identify the person seen on Guthrie's doorbell camera. The Pima County Sheriff's Department says that more than 4,000 calls have come in. That happened within 24 hours of the FBI releasing photos of a potential subject. FBI agents walked among the desert vegetation at Guthrie's Tucson area home yesterday. They also fanned out across a neighborhood about a mile away, knocking on doors and searching through bushes and boulders. Authorities say that several hundred detectives and agents are now assigned to the case, with the investigation continuing to expand in the surrounding area. Here's what we've learned so far.
Children of 84-year-old grandmother Nancy Guthrie are desperately holding on to hope for her return. Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie posting on social media, urging people to look at this doorbell camera video and to call the sheriff's office or FBI with information. FBI agents are tediously searching the area near Guthrie's home to find anything left behind by that person.
The idea that he's out there, he has to be asking himself now, well, what did I do with all that stuff?
The New York Post is reporting investigators have seemingly recovered a black glove in the area, but it's not clear if authorities believe it's the same glove worn by the person seen in the doorbell camera footage. Experts say those videos and pictures are being scrutinized.
That jacket that subject is wearing could be red, it could be blue, it could be white. But because of the IR effects on clothing or organic materials, it changes color.
Meanwhile, the man who was detained and questioned by authorities over the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie is speaking out.
To clear my name. That's all I want.
He was released after several hours, and authorities did not file charges. Despite this movement in the case, the Pima County Sheriff's Office is not holding any press conferences or offering interviews for now.
When you've also done something very high profile and public that hasn't panned out, you really don't want to have to answer questions about it.
NBC Today host Savannah Guthrie posting a video of her mother Nancy to Instagram this morning. Savannah writes next to the video, "Our lovely mom. We will never give up on her. Thank you for your prayers and hope." The video comes after investigators set up a white tent outside the front entryway to her mother's home, but the tent was taken down a short while after it was set up. Authorities made no statement about what the tent was for. And now President Trump confirming to the Epoch Times that the Pentagon is preparing a second aircraft carrier to deploy to the Middle East. Last night, the Wall Street Journal reported that an order could be issued within a matter of hours. They cited U.S. officials. The president has recently warned of a big armada heading toward Iran. It comes after the Iranian regime killed protesters and refused to withdraw its nuclear program. Trump meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House yesterday, discussing possibly attacking Iran. After the meeting, President Trump said making a deal with Iran would be a preference. And now 2 U.S. Navy ships colliding yesterday during a replenishment at sea. U.S. Southern Command telling NTD that 2 personnel reported minor injuries but are in stable condition. The collision involved the guided missile destroyer USX Truxtun and a supply-class fast combat support ship. The Southern Command's areas of responsibility include Central and South America and the Caribbean. Officials aren't specifying where the collision occurred, but both ships have reported sailing safely. The incident is currently under investigation. And now a federal judge has denied the BBC's request to halt discovery in President Trump's $10 billion lawsuit. Trump is suing the British broadcaster for splicing parts of his speech, making it appear he directed supporters to storm the Capitol back in 2021. U.S. District Judge Roy Altman denied the BBC's application to stay the discovery phase. That process allows both sides to obtain evidence from other parties in a lawsuit, with Altman ruling that the BBC's application was premature. In a separate order, the judge set a 2-week trial deadline for February 2027, with Trump accusing Britain's publicly owned broadcaster of defaming him after its report omitted a lengthy section in which President Trump called for peaceful protest. The BBC argues that Trump can't prove damages because he was re-elected after the story was aired. We'll keep you updated. Now, before we wrap up this hour, we'd like to remind you of a slight change to our broadcast schedule. Starting next Monday, February 16th, the show will air from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Time, so stay tuned. We'll see you then. Still to come, critical minerals are critical to America's national security. We speak to a company that's bringing the entire graphite supply chain back to America. It's hoping to create 1,000 jobs in the process. And the Trump administration says it's limiting small business loans to U.S. citizens and U.S. nationals, with the new rule taking effect next month. We have that and more after the break.
I have traveled all over the world to 50 countries now, and I have never seen a production any better than this anywhere.
Breathtaking. It is absolutely stunning.
It's so uplifting.
I feel better about the world.
It was encouraging, gave me hope.
It was absolutely amazingly divine.
I thought I was going to heaven.
You have to come see it.
Multiple times. It's worth every penny.
Make sure you see it. Make sure you see it.
Returns to David Koch Theater, March 25th through April 12th. Shenyun.com. According to ancient Chinese medicine, purslane is considered a medicinal herb and is used to help lower cholesterol, improve vascular functions, and prevent diabetes. Perilla seeds can nourish the lungs and spleen. It is used to treat asthma and improve pulmonary functions. Puritime green vegetable omega-3 is made from purslane and perilla seeds from Hwangmae Mountain in South Korea. It contains over 90% of omega-3, 6, 7, and 9. The highest concentration possible without chemical additives. The soft gel is made of natural seaweed. It is 100% organic and vegan. Both adults and children can take it with peace of mind. Ancient recipes were passed down from heaven to bring prosperity and longevity. Puritan green vegetable omega-3.
When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without a high school diploma. My name is Ariel, and my entire life changed when I took a chance and I got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I pushed through all the challenges. Oh my goodness.
So Ariel, we made this yearbook for you. It has notes from all the people that are here. Your achievement has set an example for so many students. Most importantly, your daughter.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Did you know that the Presidential Savings Event is going on now at Mathis Home? Hundreds of items have been marked down, like this oversized down-fill sofa for just $9.99. It's a great combination of scale, comfort, and value. And like many of the sofas here, it's customizable. Choose from hundreds of fabric options and pay the same low price. There's also many different configurations to choose from. Come see why we're your furniture leader during the Presidential Savings Event at Mathis Home.
And now, a new report from the Jamestown Foundation says that the Chinese Communist Party is linked to thousands of groups operating in democratic countries. Researchers say their goal is to quietly influence politics and public opinion, including here in the United States. NTD's Christina Corona has more.
A new report from the Jamestown Foundation warns that the Chinese Communist Party is using a massive global network to influence politics into democratic countries, including the United States. The report maps more than 2,000 organizations linked to the CCP's United Front Work Department, a system designed to impose the CCP's influence and ideology without using force.
The party uses this system to shape political, social, and economic environments in ways that serve the party's goal, which is becoming the dominant global power and advancing claims such as the annexation of Taiwan.
The report says the organizations often look legitimate, such as cultural groups, business and trade associations, professional societies, schools, and Chinese language media. Researchers say much of the influence effort isn't obvious and isn't illegal activity.
Much of the United Front work happens through informal ties, such as personal relationships, invitation to China, honorary titles, and privileged access.
Though the press conference was held in Canada, the report says the same United Front influence is active in the United States and other democracies. Jamestown fellow Cheryl Yu says this isn't about ethnicity, it's about the CCP's influence operations.
This is not a question of ethnicity, it is a question of state-directed political influence inside a democracy. And protecting targeted communities is part of protecting our democratic institutions.
Jamestown President Peter Mattis says the danger is that these groups can end up speaking for communities.
When we let some of these leaders represent whole communities, we are letting the party take away the voice of our citizens. And they're using the legitimacy of our citizens to put the party's voice and Beijing's perspective into our politics, into our decision-making.
Researchers say recognizing how these networks operate is key to protecting societies from foreign influence. Christina Corona, NTD News.
And now the Trump administration will limit small business loans to U.S. citizens and U.S. nationals beginning next month. Starting March 1st, green card holders and foreign nationals will no longer be eligible for loans from the Small Business Administration, or the SBA. The SBA was established to support entrepreneurship, including counseling, capital, and contracting. Since 1953, it served as the nation's go-to agency for small businesses. Under the new rule, businesses eligible for loans must verify full ownership by U.S. citizens or U.S. nationals. Those owners must primarily live here in America, and if a business will be ineligible if it's had a foreign national stakeholder in the 6 months before the application. While the new rule prevents green card holders from receiving SBA loans, it doesn't bar non-citizens from owning businesses or procuring conventional financing from private banks. And now the Department of Transportation has issued a final rule to stop unqualified foreign truckers from driving on U.S. highways. The department says such drivers pose a significant safety threat to the driving public. The new rule only allows certain types of visa holders who undergo advanced vetting to receive a commercial driver's license. Work permits from employers that don't screen for transportation safety will no longer be accepted. The states must now verify applicants' immigration status through a system managed under the Department of Homeland Security. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says, for far too long, America has allowed dangerous foreign drivers to abuse truck licensing systems. 7 people were killed in 2 accidents last year involving illegal immigrant truck drivers. And now a big night on Capitol Hill as the House passes the much-discussed Save America Act. Republicans say the legislation will help secure American elections, but Democrats say it will make voting more difficult. Here's more.
A contentious voting bill is moving through Congress, setting up a partisan fight in the Senate over what voters will need to prove before casting their ballots.
The bill is passed without objection.
The House on Wednesday narrowly approving the Save America Act.
This is a very important night on the House floor. House Republicans tonight stood with the overwhelming majority of Americans who demand secure elections.
The Republican-led legislation would require a documented proof of U.S. citizenship in order to register to vote in federal elections. It would also require voters to furnish photo ID before voting, even when casting mail-in ballots. The vote coming down to the wire, with House members voting 218 to 213 in favor. A single Democrat, Henry Cuellar of Texas, voting with Republicans. Congressman Chip Roy of Texas, the bill's primary sponsor, stressing election integrity has broad support among the population.
It's polling at 80, 85, 90% across the country. It's because it's common sense. The American people want a sovereign nation. They understand that voter ID is common sense to vote. They want only American citizens to vote in American elections, and this legislation does that.
But the SAVE Act has been a point of contention in Congress for some time. In April last year, the Senate refused to take up a version of the same bill. Earlier this week, the House Rules Committee advancing the legislation in its current form, softening the rules on photo ID requirements and including an exception for uniformed service members. The committee's ranking Democrat, Jim McGovern of Massachusetts, arguing before the vote that it's already illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. McGovern frames the bill as a form of voter suppression. He says Republicans' claims of widespread voter fraud don't add up.
Every time these claims are investigated, they disappear like a mirage. So this entire bill is fundamentally predicated on a lie.
The Trump administration, meanwhile, has thrown its weight behind the bill. The White House posting on X, the American elections should be decided by American citizens only. The bill now heads to the Senate, where it's expected to face strong opposition from Democrats.
And a pair of women's rights groups is making waves in California with a pretty eye-catching campaign to raise awareness about men being housed in women's prisons. The statewide Billboard truck campaign is calling attention to the upcoming rape trial of a man accused of assaulting 2 women in a female prison he was allowed to transfer into. NTD's Daniel Monahan spoke with the executive director of Women to Women about the campaign.
This week, advocacy groups Women Are Real and Woman to Woman launched a statewide Billboard truck campaign across California to raise awareness about men being housed in women's prisons under Law SB 132. SB 132 was authored by State Senator Scott Wiener and signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom. It allows men to be housed in women's prisons if they say they are transgender.
Since there are no requirements within any of the gender self-ID policies, this just allows for anyone, whether they're in transition or not, to transfer. So what this translates to is there's just regular men with beards and tattoos from head to toe. They're walking around women's prisons.
The mobile billboards feature stark messages including women in California prisons raped by male inmates, And SB 132, state-sanctioned rape, media silent.
I use this term specifically, state-sanctioned rape, because this is exactly what it is. Our legislators were fully aware of, if you have a working brain, you would know that giving people free range to gender self-ID within the carceral system is going to lead to people gaming the system and taking advantage of an opportunity. Why wouldn't they?
Amy Ichikawa is the executive director of Woman to Woman. She knows the correctional system all too well, having spent 5 years in Central California Women's Facility in Chowchilla. These days, women are facing a new threat that wasn't present when she did her time.
In early 2024, I received several phone calls about a couple of rapes that took place within a 24-hour period in this Central California Women's Facility.
The Billboard campaign is drawing attention to the upcoming trial of the man accused of those rapes. Tremaine Carroll was transferred to the Chowchilla Women's Correctional Facility after claiming to be transgender after 22 years in a men's prison. The judge in his rape trial ordered the prosecutor to refer to Carroll by she/her pronouns. Ichikawa says many of the men who have transferred into women's prisons are sex offenders.
There's hundreds of people on the waiting list, many of whom are registered sex offenders. 33.8% of the original transfer requests were registered sex offenders.
She says many female prisoners fear for their safety, sleeping in 8-bed dorms with the male inmates.
Well, just knowing the nature of their crimes, their size, the fact that they know above all their feelings will be prioritized over women's safety and well-being.
She says they are also afraid to speak out.
Women just don't want to talk about it anymore because they've seen what happens to the women who have spoken up. They see what happens when you do stand up for yourself or you do file a formal complaint. You get your privileges taken, you lose honor dorm privileges. Some people even lose parole suitability grants.
Ichikawa says the medical aspect is also disturbing.
There's women that have to petition the courts to get basic health care needs while these individuals that are trans-identified are prioritized and no questions asked. Facelifts, nose jobs, cheek and chin implants, Rogaine for, their male pattern baldness.
From 2017 to 2023, the California corrections system spent nearly $2.5 million on vaginoplasty and around $600,000 in breast implants, facial feminization, and laser hair removal. SB 132 is called the Transgender Respect Agency and Dignity Act. The legislation is described by its creators as allowing incarcerated transgender, non-binary, and intersex people to be housed and searched in a manner consistent with their gender identity. Ichikawa says Woman to Woman, Women Are Real, and other groups will continue to fight it.
Historically, there hasn't been anyone to defend incarcerated women who are the pawn in this game that the powers and principalities are playing. But we're not going to stop. Women are reals, woman to woman. We're not going to stop.
The truck campaign opposing it has traveled through San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Sacramento. A truck will also travel to Central California Women's Facility on Friday. Daniel Monahan, NTD News.
And coming up, NATO defense ministers are meeting in Brussels as Secretary General Mark Rutte announces a new Arctic security effort. And a massive sinkhole on a busy road in Shanghai. What might have caused it at a subway construction site?
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, I have an important message about security. Write down the number on your screen so you can call when I finish. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. This is a lock for your life insurance, a rate lock that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. But be careful. Many policies you see do not have one. But you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. Call this number to learn more. This plan was designed with a rate lock for people on a fixed income who want life insurance that fits their budget and is simple to get. Coverage options start at $9.95 a month. Less than 35 cents a day. Act now, and your rate will be locked in for life. It will never increase, guaranteed. This is lifelong coverage that can never be canceled as long as you pay your premiums, guaranteed. And your acceptance is guaranteed. with no health questions. You cannot be turned down because of your health. Call for your information kit and read about this rate lock for yourself. You'll also get a free beneficiary planner. Both are free with no obligation. Don't miss out. Call for information, then decide. Read about the 30-day 100% money-back guarantee. Don't wait. Call this number now.
Call now and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record important information and your final wishes, and it's yours free just for calling. So don't wait. Call 1-800-357-4821 for your free information. That's 1-800-357-4821. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-357-4821. That's 1-800-357-4821. 1-800-357-4821. Call now.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door absolutely free. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Coal is back in the spotlight. President Trump has signed an executive order directing the military to purchase electricity generated from coal-fired power plants. NTD's Daniel Monahan has more on the move and some major developments at the Environmental Protection Agency.
President Trump discussing the order at the Champion of Coal event.
We're going to be buying a lot of coal through the military now, and it's going to be less expensive and actually much more effective than what we have been using for many, many years.
War Secretary Pete Hegseth and Energy Secretary Chris Wright are instructed to approve long-term power purchase agreements for defense facilities and other sites deemed mission critical. The White House says coal-fired electricity is being prioritized to enhance grid reliability, prevent blackouts, strengthen on-site fuel security, and support defense and intelligence operations. Officials also raised concerns about the consistency of solar and wind power during extreme weather events and potential risks to national defense. Trump pointed to coal's performance during periods of high demand.
When large parts of our country were hit with winter storms, it was coal that kept the power on, and it was coal that never was bothered by cold weather, warm weather. It's never bothered by anything, just keeps on chugging, right?
The president criticized prior administrations for focusing on wind and other energy sources while minimizing the coal industry.
Biden and the radical left wanted to abolish coal. They did everything they could, everything possible. But on day one of this administration, I ended the war on coal. We terminated the Green New Scam, and we withdrew from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord.
Trump says his administration has lifted regulations and supported coal miners, adding that dozens of coal plants were saved under revised policies. He also ordered the Energy Department to fund operations with $175 million in upgrades in Kentucky, North Carolina, Ohio, Virginia, and West Virginia. One coal miner took the stage to thank Trump for his efforts.
The common sense policies to keep coal plants running implemented by this administration mean that my husband and I can keep working, stay where we are, and continue raising our son in our community that we call home.
Blackford thanked Trump for keeping utility prices affordable, the lights on, and their jobs alive.
We are real people under these hard hats. On behalf of America's coal miners, thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing the value of coal and the value of the people who power this industry every day.
The president was also presented with a trophy from coal miners.
The trophy says the undisputed champion of beautiful clean coal. Thank you, sir.
Meanwhile, Trump today will move to overturn the Environmental Protection Agency's endangerment finding. That's the legal basis for many federal greenhouse gas regulations, first established during the Obama administration. The finding determined that emissions from fossil fuels could be regulated under the Clean Air Act. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin is calling the move the biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history. Daniel Monahan, NTD News.
And now, Graphite One is an American company on a mission to create an entirely U.S.-based graphite supply chain. It says relying on China for critical minerals is just too dangerous. Graphite has both commercial and military uses, and the company says it will mine the material in Alaska and process it in Ohio. It says it's getting help at the federal, state, and local levels to make it happen as quickly as possible. With us now is company CEO Anthony Houston. Anthony, great to see you. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a real pleasure.
Anthony, you founded this company, I believe, way back in 2012, long before the pandemic showed us just how risky it was to rely on China for pretty much anything important. Why did you feel so strongly about starting this U.S.-based graphite supply chain?
Well, you know, it started back in about 2010, and I started watching what Elon Musk was doing with Tesla and started doing a little research. I'm an entrepreneur and realized very quickly that the U.S. had some incredible assets that they were not using. And one of them was this graphite asset in Alaska. In fact, this asset was used in World War II to help in the war effort for steel. And what's very interesting, it's just sat dormant this entire time. It was an amazing family that had it for the last 100 years. And at the end of the day, I understood very quickly, after doing a lot of research over several years actually, that the U.S. really needed to bring this asset into production. Because like you just commented, for the last 30 years, the United States has relied 100% on China for all of its graphite. And like you said, graphite's used not just in laptops and smartphones and EVs, but in major defense systems from drones to hypersonic missiles. And none of it works without graphite.
It's incredible. It seems every day there's a new news story about critical minerals. And you predict you'll need to fill about 1,000 jobs. It's pretty significant. What areas do you think they'll be in?
They'll be scattered upon between Alaska and Ohio and a couple of other states that we're looking at right now to be doing the manufacturing side. The actual asset is in Alaska, and then we'll ship it down into Ohio where we'll do the processing side. And again, 100% of the processing basically is done out of China today.
It's incredible. People say that the rare earths are not that rare, but the processing side of it is incredibly rare. It's almost 100% controlled by China. Like you said, this is so critical for so many things. It's just so risky to have it there. Now, Anthony, one of President Trump's big goals is to bring back American manufacturing and making us self-reliant again. Has the administration made it easier for you to start doing that?
Absolutely. I mean, I praise President Trump and the administration. They've from the deregulation of industry to make G1 success possible. If it wasn't for him and his administration and what they've been doing over the last year, I'm going to tell you right now, the past administration, I'd be out of business. They were not focused on domestic mining. They were focused on friendshoring and making sure everyone else around the United States was doing okay from the mining aspect, but they were not focused internally. And that's something that, you know, I look at it from when you're flying on an airplane and they tell you to put your mask on first, your oxygen mask, and then focus on others. It's what the United States needs to do, and it's what President Trump has been doing. He's focusing on the United States first. And that's where we're going to move forward in a way like we've never moved forward before. Here we have one of the world's largest graphite assets in the entire world, top 3. And we need to bring it into production. And under President Trump, we will.
That's incredible. So is it policy, new policy, Anthony? Is it moral support? Is it logistics? How exactly is the administration helping you?
All of the above. I mean, they're looking at it from the holistic standpoint of, at the end of the day, we are reliant so much on China and Africa. And I mean, you know, China and Africa are there's a lot of similarities. I mean, Africa's, their graphite assets.
Gas and other things that actually make factories rock and roll and other things drive very nicely as a threat to health and human welfare. known as the endangerment finding. This determination had no basis, in fact, had none whatsoever, and it had no basis in law. On the contrary, over the generations, fossil fuels have saved millions of lives and lifted billions of people out of poverty and all over the world. And you see it with the blackouts all over where they don't use it, where they went to wind, intermittent wind, which is weak and ineffective and very, very costly, most costly energy there is. And people are dying because there was no air conditioning or there was no heating. Lots of other things, bad things happened. And yet this radical rule became the legal foundation for the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in history, probably as great, maybe even greater than Russia hoax, etc., which the Obama and Biden administration used to destroy countless jobs. And the jobs have been just decimated. Although they're all coming back because of tariffs, they're all coming back into our country at levels we've never seen before. But it raised prices and caused immense harm to the U.S. auto industry. We thought irreparable, but we've got them back. We're coming back now. I was in Detroit, as you know, with Ford, and they had one of the earliest plants from the early 1900s, and it was going to be closed down. And then when I won, they said, let's keep it open for a little while. Let's see what happens. And they just announced, as you know, they're going 24 hours around the clock with that same plant that was going to be closed because of what we've done. For example, under the endangerment finding, they forced the hated start-stop feature onto American consumers, which unnecessarily shuts off a car's engine when you stop at a red light. In other words, the engine goes off. That's great. The endangerment finding was also used to impose the massive and really very expensive electric vehicle mandate, expensive in the sense that nobody wanted it. Everybody was going to be forced to buy an electric car in a very short period of time, even though you can't power the car because we would have had to spend $5 trillion on power stations. That's all dead, gone, over. These crippling restrictions were a major factor in driving up car prices to unprecedented levels, and the car that you were getting was not nearly as good. In 4 years under the Biden administration, the price of a new and used car rose more than 22%, all to facilitate the Green New Scam without achieving any meaningful impact on the environment, but making the car worse. That is why, effective immediately, we are repealing the ridiculous endangerment finding and terminating all additional green emission standards imposed unnecessarily on vehicle models and engines between 2012 and 2027 and beyond. This action will save American consumers trillions of dollars and will lower the average cost of a new vehicle by close to $3,000. Think of that. During my campaign, I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every new regulation. And we've exceeded that. We've instead done it 10 regulations. We were able to cut 129. So now we cut 129. So think of that. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every new one, but we did more than 10. We did 129. It's something nobody can even believe it. So we did a lot of regulation cutting in the first administration, a record, nobody even close to it now. We're actually exceeding it in this administration. The biggest one yet that we've done is happening right now. So perhaps no industry has benefited more from our historic deregulation campaign than the U.S. auto industry. We canceled the EPA's absurd, just totally absurd tailpipe emission standards, which was a disaster for automobile manufacturing, and revoked Biden's emissions waiver that would have allowed California to regulate automobiles for the entire nation. And they're crazy out in California. They have nothing but trouble out there, as you know. That's why people are leaving in record numbers. I also ended Joe Biden's extreme CAFE emission standards, saving the average American consumer much more than $1,000 when they buy a new car. But now we're talking about close to $3,000. These regulation cuts, combined with our tax cuts and tariffs, are the reason why the world's largest automakers have announced that they're going to be spending in excess of $100 billion in the United States in the next very short period of time building new auto plants. We're bringing our auto plants, assembly plants, and factories roaring back to life, not even mentioning AI and all of the other things. We're building thousands of businesses in the United States. And if you remember, on my first day, they said if I could ever get the Dow up to 50,000 in my last year, in other words, in the fourth year, that it would be an unbelievable miracle. But don't worry about it because it'll never happen, they said. And if I could get the S&P up to 7,000, they said in the fourth year, they said it will never happen. Let's not even talk about it. I have things. Let's not even waste our time talking about it. Well, at the very end of my first year, the Dow hit 50,000. Now it's over 50,000. And 3 days before that, the S&P hit 7,000. So we didn't have to wait till the end of the fourth year. We just waited till the end of the first year. We've never had a country in a position like this, and a lot of it's due to tariffs, and a lot of it's due to the fact that we had a great election, and a lot of good things have been done. One of the good things I did was put Lee Zeldin in charge of our environment. So I'm going to ask Lee to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lee. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a big deal. Under President Trump's leadership today, the Trump EPA has finalized the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States of America. Referred to by some as the holy grail of federal regulatory overreach, the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding is now eliminated. This action will save American taxpayers over $1.3 trillion. What that means is lower prices, more choices, and an end of heavy-handed climate policies. With today's announcement, American families will save over $2,400 for a new vehicle. 16 years ago, an ideological crusade within the Obama administration set off the most costly regulatory power grab our country has ever experienced. The 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding led to trillions of dollars in regulations that strangled entire sectors of the United States economy, including the American auto industry. It claimed new powers over the vehicles we drive, even though the best reading of the Clean Air Act clearly states otherwise. The Obama and Biden administrations used it to steamroll into existence a left-wing wish list of costly climate policies, electric vehicle mandates, and other requirements that assaulted consumer choice and affordability. And who paid the biggest price? Hardworking families, small businesses, millions of Americans who just want a reliable, affordable car to get to work, take their kids to school, or go to church on Sunday. The endangerment finding and the regulations that were based on it didn't just regulate emissions. It regulated and targeted the American dream. And now the endangerment finding is hereby eliminated, as well as all greenhouse gas emission standards that followed. The red tape has been cut. Manufacturers will no longer be burdened by measuring, compiling, or reporting greenhouse gas emissions for vehicles and engines. And the forced transition to electric vehicles is eliminated. No longer will automakers be pressured to shift their fleets towards electric vehicles, vehicles that are still sitting unsold on dealer lots all across America. And as a cherry on top, we are ending the federal government's push to get manufacturers to install that Obama switch, the almost universally despised start-stop feature. There will be no more climate participation trophies awarded to manufacturers for making Americans' cars die at every red light and stop sign. It's over, done, finished. Under President Trump's leadership, vehicle manufacturers can once again build what Americans want, not what politicians and bureaucrats in Washington demand. President Trump campaigned on reviving the auto industry. And he continues to deliver win after win after win, ending electric vehicle mandates, getting rid of the Biden Cafe standards with Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, and securing massive new U.S. manufacturing investments and all of the jobs that come with it. Affordable cars mean opportunity. That means jobs, healthcare, education, and mobility, especially for working families and rural Americans who rely on their vehicles every single day. And this isn't just about making the American economy boom. It's also about restoring the rule of law, a fundamental principle of our great republic. For years, unelected bureaucrats twisted the Clean Air Act into something it was never meant to be. The Obama administration twisted itself into some kind of mental pretzel to invoke authority it didn't have and to sidestep Congress. They claimed that 6 greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles, some of which aren't even emitted from vehicles and trucks, contribute some amount above zero to global climate change, what they said endangered public health. But their wild web of mental leaps isn't prescribed in federal statute. The Obama EPA's house of cards upended the best reading of the Clean Air Act, as well as 50 years of EPA precedent on what constitutes regulable air pollution. In the 16 years that intervened, the Supreme Court has established clear precedent in Loper Bright Enterprises and West Virginia versus EPA. And in light of these Supreme Court decisions and other developments, upon his swearing in last year, President Trump immediately tasked on day one submitting requirements, recommendations, research on the legality and continued applicability of the 2009 endangerment finding. And at Trump's speed, he wanted that research and recommendation turned around instantly. We looked at the Clean Air Act. We looked at what the highest court in the land had said, and we used a very simple metric. If Congress didn't authorize it, EPA shouldn't be doing it. Congress never voted for these climate mandates inside of Section 202 of the Clean Air Act. If Congress wants EPA to regulate the heck out of greenhouse gases emitted from motor vehicles, then Congress can clearly make that the law, which they haven't done for good reason. Today, we dismantle the tactics and legal gymnastics used by the Obama and Biden administrations to backdoor their ideological agendas on the American people. Following the plain language of the law, we have now realigned EPA's rulemaking to reflect the Clean Air Act exactly as it is written and as Congress intended, not as others might wish it to be. Where our predecessors focused on trying to make and please a few fear-mongering climate alarmists, the Trump EPA is making decisions to benefit all Americans based on common sense and reality. And the American people are tired of paying the price of political games. Last November, they voted for an administration that would listen to them. They told us that the price of a newer, safer vehicle was too high. They told us they didn't want cars that shut off at every red light. They told us dealers were sitting on lots filled with electric vehicles that nobody wanted or were buying. The Trump EPA listened. We heard you and we acted. And today's action does not change regulations on traditional air pollutants and air toxics. This EPA is committed to providing clean air for all Americans. Powering the great American comeback is based on the singular focus of providing clean air, land, and water for all Americans while harnessing the greatness of the American economy. That's a big difference from our predecessor. We believe that we can and must choose both. If you want an electric vehicle, buy one. If you want a diesel truck, then buy that. If you want a gas-powered vehicle or a hybrid, well, more power to you. That's what freedom and choice look like. We're restoring the rule of law, we're grounding policy in reality, we're giving power back to the American people. And we're bringing back the American dream stronger than ever before. EPA will never waver on its core mission of protecting human health and the environment, and this administration knows we can do that while ushering in the golden age of America. To recap, the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding and all greenhouse gas emission standards on light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles that followed is eliminated. American families now will save over $2,400 for a new vehicle. Today, the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States, over $1.3 trillion, the elimination of the endangerment finding is signed, sealed, and delivered.
Thank you, Lee. That was long, but good. It was good. Maybe I should say great. It was great, and we appreciate it. Would you have anything to say, Russ? Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Literally no other president would have done this to get at the foundations of the Green New Deal, so tremendously excited that we are where we are today. Great work by Lee. I'm a little worried that this next year will be, EPA alone will be dereg east by the number of things that are going to come out of EPA. So great work to the team. $1.3 trillion in savings, massive historical opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Please. Would you like to speak? You're worthy of it. Good man.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a historic day led by President Trump's leadership. No other president, as Russ said, would have undertaken this and at the speed we did. It was a great team effort. This is the model of the Trump administration, everyone working together, mission aligned.
And Lee is also working on cleaning up the horrible situation with regard to farm equipment. You could use John Deere as an example, and other companies where tractors are unbelievably expensive and don't work as well because of all of the environmental nonsense that was put on them. Also excavators, any equipment like that, bulldozers, Caterpillar tractor would be a beneficiary, I guess, but the people are going to be a beneficiary because the equipment's going to be a lot less expensive, and it's going to also, most importantly, it's going to work much better. So we're working on that immediately as we speak, and we'll probably make it so that any of that equipment built in the United States will not have to go through this. If it's built outside, I think we'll probably leave the standard the same. If people are going to send us equipment, let them have that standard for whatever it's worth, which is not much. And I think that's a very big announcement, too, and we're going to see if we can get that done very quickly so that all of that equipment that we have made, including lawnmowers, et cetera, you won't have to go to the finest schools in the world in order to figure out how to operate it. Okay? So any questions, please?
President Trump, thank you for this. And after this much applauded move to roll back the former EPA's endangerment finding, what additional steps do you plan on taking to scale back what many are calling climate industry scams? Specifically, and Secretary Zeldin knows about these wind turbines they're trying to bring to New York. Judges allowing them to be rebuilt right near your hometown in Jamaica, Queens. They're being called a national security threat for air traffic coming into the airport. What could you do to make sure these things don't destroy the environment?
Well, we're trying to make sure it doesn't happen, and we've basically stopped all windmills in this country. It's the most expensive energy you can get. They're all made in China, a little bit in Germany, but mostly in China. And we're putting them all over our fields and ruining the fields and killing the birds and all of this. And the environmentalists say they like them, but they really are a tremendous eyesore. They ruined. Europe has gone, as you know, Europe isn't even recognizable anymore between immigration and because of, environmental things like the windmills, which are taking over. The people hate them. The energy is by far the most expensive. And we're fighting very hard to make sure that they don't get built. I hope we don't have one built during my administration. We inherited some contracts where they've gone down the line a little bit. We're trying to terminate them for a lot of different reasons. One of the reasons, as you had mentioned, it's endangerment for the military. It's also endangerment for airliners. So we're trying to take care of those situations now. They should have never been allowed in the first place. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you so much for taking
Sure.
questions. What do you tell Americans who are concerned that the $1.3 trillion in savings does come at a cost to public health and the environment based on science?
I tell them, don't worry about it because it has nothing to do with public health. This was all a scam, a giant scam. This was a ripoff of the country by Obama and Biden. And let's say Obama started it and got it rolling. And a terrible ripoff. They'll have more money to spend for health care, if you look at it. Now they can go out and spend it on something that's meaningful. And nobody's doing more for health care than the Republican Party. And that starts with the fact that prescription drugs are going to be coming down at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. They're falling. You know, we were paying the highest prices in the world by far, sometimes by 10 times more than other countries. Now we're going to be paying whatever the lowest price is anywhere in the world. We're going to be paying that. It's called favored nations, most favored nations. And I think it's the biggest thing to happen in this world, the world of medicine, prescription drugs, ever. There's never been anything like it. You know, if like in my third year, first term, I actually got prices down 1/4 or 1/8%, and I was so proud of myself because they were like that for years and years. And since under Biden, they went up very, very substantially. And now they're coming down by, depending on, you could say 500, 600, 700%, depending on the way you want to, or you could say 80%. It doesn't matter. They're coming down by numbers that nobody ever thought possible. I got it all done, and I got it all approved, and all of the countries all over the world are going to pay more. They've agreed to pay more because of tariffs. I said, if you don't do it, we're going to have to tariff you, and they've all agreed to do it. Otherwise, they would have never done it. That was why no president has ever been able to get it done. Please.
Yeah, Mr. President, you took more than 600 deregulatory actions in your first year here. Coming from the business world, you know how unnecessary red tape can hinder business expansion, investment expansion. Given the magnitude of this announcement here today and the deregulatory action you took in your first year, how much economic growth can we expect to see as your term progresses?
It's a great question. I think that it'll be enormous. Who knows really what the number is, but I can tell you in terms of economic growth, we have $18 trillion being invested in this country right now, the most ever of any country by far, not even close. Think of it, no matter where, not just here. $18 trillion is coming in, and that money is being spent right now as we speak in new plants and equipments. And you may have heard Lee mention, I mentioned also, that over $100 billion is going to be spent in this very short period of time just by foreign auto companies on building auto plants in the United States. Some of the greatest thing that ever happened to the United Auto Workers. You know, the head man was not been nice to me, but now I understand he's saying this is the greatest auto president in history. But the auto workers gave me their vote, and they knew what I was doing, and they know what needed to be done. The tariffs saved them, but this is now taken it to a level that I think, Lee, that nobody ever thought even possible. They thought this was, nobody would have the courage to do it. We have to have the courage to do it because we're making America great again. This is a big factor in making our country great. If you look at some of these cars, they didn't even work. They had computers all over the place trying to save a half an ounce of fuel. We have fuel for the next 500 to 1,000 years under our feet, and they're trying like hell to save a half an ounce of fuel. The whole thing is just crazy. Please, go ahead, please.
Mr. President,
particular, send us an email, news.today@ntd.com. We'd love to hear from you. For round-the-clock original news coverage, watch us live at ntd.com/live or download our NTD app. I'm Paul Greeny. Thanks for watching.